She came to the Lone Star State for a fresh start.
She's been talking about moving to Texas her entire life.
She's looking for a new career and a place where she can really put down roots.
What she found was a chance at love.
They immediately hit it off. He sweeps her off her feet. She was really starting to get excited.
But then, she simply vanished.
She's here 1 minute and gone the next.
It gave me the goosebumps.
Nothing is adding up.
Did she leave on her own?
She's definitely always on the go.
She needed her space.
Or was there someone behind her disappearance?
Said she faked you.
The dude fooled everybody.
Either way, one family is desperate for answers.
They search and search.
We had like 100+ people.
If it's your child, you're gonna hold off as long as you can.
October 10th, 2016. It's Monday night in Fort Worth, Texas, a fast-growing city of close to 1 million.
It plays second fiddle to Dallas, but Fort Worth is definitely a big, bustling city in its own right.
You're gonna see the 10-gallon hats. You're gonna see the cowboy boots. It's more of a Wild West.
And while cattle drives and gunslingers may be a thing of the past, the city still has its share of crime.
We need police, fire, ambulance.
Police.
It's a little before 11 p.m. when Rebecca Jones places a worried call to Tarrant County 911.
She says that Tiffany Johnson, her boyfriend's sister, is missing.
Like, she was downstairs, and it's been an hour.
She said that she was just going downstairs and that she should be right back up.
Rebecca tells the dispatcher that Tiffany's brother had gone down earlier to search for her.
I had noticed that Tiffany's car keys were sitting on top of the car on the driver's side.
And they find her phone in the grass.
Oh, man.
She would never leave her phone laying on the ground.
You better call the cops.
This prompts them to definitely make a call because something strange has happened.
Do you think there's a possibility she might have gone for a drive or something?
No, her keys were on top of her car.
She knows that she's not gonna leave with her keys on the car.
And it seems like something must have happened so quickly that she didn't have time to take these items with her.
You are sure she's not outside?
Yes, we checked everywhere.
All of a sudden, Tiffany was there, and the next moment she was gone.
Nothing is adding up.
Growing up in Iowa, 25-year-old Tiffany was always trying to bring out the best in people.
Tiffany is one of a kind. She has the personality to brighten up your day.
She always just wanted to help people. She'd give up anything just to make sure the next person had it.
As kids, Tiffany and her siblings were always inseparable.
We were each other's best friends, like growing up.
But her strongest bond was with her twin brother.
We were peanut butter jelly.
Those two were always close. They had that twinning feeling between them. She was always getting in trouble with Asher.
She was a tomboy, really.
She was definitely always on the go.
But as Tiffany got older, her interests began to change.
When she got into high school was when she kind of started going and doing her own thing.
She just grew out of the tomboy stage, so she became a girly girl.
She kind of got more into makeup and doing hair, and she started having boyfriends.
She was actually fairly popular.
After high school, Tiffany and her family drifted apart, and things like jobs and military service took them far from Iowa.
Yeah, it was kind of difficult. I know she was having a hard time with it too, but we tried to keep in contact as much as we could.
But after a visit to her brother Asher in Texas, the twins reunited.
Honestly, she loved Texas.
I could definitely see myself living here.
She liked the view, she liked the weather there.
So she kind of just wanted to go down there to be with her twin.
You should just move here then. Stay with me until you get on your feet.
I was living in an apartment and I was struggling, and she ended up moving into my apartment and we were struggling together.
It was really hard. I didn't want her to go that far, but she really enjoyed meeting new people, so it was really good for her.
She's got all her hopes and dreams in front of her. She's looking for a new career and starting to find a place where she can really put down roots.
It didn't take long for Tiffany to seize the opportunities her new home had to offer.
She lands a job at an insurance company, and so things are really going well for Tiffany.
But as a young woman in her mid-20s, she longed for more.
She was thinking, okay, I've hit a few milestones. And at this point, one of the only things that's missing is a romantic partner.
Then she met 32-year-old Christopher Reville.
She met him out one night. Chris had a good job working with an electrician, and he was taken by Tiffany's beauty.
Maybe we could do dinner sometime.
Okay, yeah, I like that.
They immediately hit it off.
He also got along well with Tiffany's twin brother.
I'm new out here. I didn't know nobody at that time, so I was looking for friends, obviously, too. And just him being around so much, we started talking and getting to know each other. We'd hang out and drink a few beers, watch Monday Night Football.
Soon, Chris wasn't just hanging out at Tiffany and Asher's apartment. He lived there.
He moved in with Tiffany.
They're really excited about moving forward with their new life.
She was very hopeful for a future, for marriage and a family. And she saw herself having that with Chris.
But now, Tiffany has mysteriously disappeared, leaving her keys and phone behind.
She doesn't go anywhere without her car keys. She doesn't go anywhere without her phone.
Something has gone terribly wrong.
The reason may have had something to do with what Tiffany's friend Rebecca told the 911 dispatcher.
She was last seen downstairs talking to her ex-boyfriend.
A year and a half after moving to Texas for a fresh start, it appeared that Tiffany Johnson had found true love with 32-year-old Christopher Reville.
They are making plans to start that next stage in their relationship. Everything is going great, and she just thinks this is going to be the perfect ending and what she came to Texas for.
Tiffany!
But now, Tiffany's mysteriously disappeared from her apartment.
It's almost as if she vanished, like before their eyes. She's here one minute and gone the next.
Her keys are left on top of her car.
Her cell phone is lying in the grass.
They know something terrible has happened.
But what?
You better call the cops.
When Tiffany's brother's girlfriend, Rebecca, contacts 911, she says Tiffany had been talking with her ex-boyfriend, Christopher Reville, shortly before she disappeared.
They had just, broken up, not that long ago.
All right, man, we'll get police out there.
When police arrive at the apartment, Tiffany's brother Asher provides additional details about her ex, Chris.
When did they break up?
About 2 months ago.
But according to Asher and Rebecca, the relationship was never contentious.
Did you ever see them argue?
No, not really. Just like regular relationships, not like argue, no.
All right.
Well, they had a good relationship. It seemed real cordial.
If they had an argument, it was always real minor, nitpicking type of things, you know, like an old couple.
Rebecca and Asher, being probably the closest people in Tiffany's lives, they didn't have any concerns about Chris's relationship with Tiffany.
Do you know why they broke up?
What he was telling me that my sister has told him is that she needed to work on herself.
She just was saying like she needed her space.
But according to Tiffany's brother, the breakup wasn't final.
She just said that they're taking a break rather than just be like, hey, it's absolutely over.
Chris had moved out, but he'd never stopped coming around.
After they broke up, he would pop up, but that wasn't really an issue.
Was he like begging, hey, come on, baby, let's work this out?
Not to my knowledge.
Although both knew that Chris still had feelings for Tiffany.
He'd not just pop up, he'd also talk to me sometimes.
He did always like ask questions, as in like trying to figure out what my sister was doing.
You could just always tell he's always worried about what Tiffany was doing.
In a sense, she sort of left him hanging.
Meanwhile, Tiffany was making the most of being newly single.
The time apart, you know, made her realize that, you know, maybe she's better off.
While Tiffany did care about Chris, she was ready to explore other potential relationship opportunities.
Rebecca tells the officers that Tiffany had met someone new at the end of September. 26-year-old Devin Bishop.
Devin is someone who Tiffany had met online.
It started off as casual communication back and forth.
She enjoyed having conversation with him. It felt comfortable and flowed easily.
And they'd finally met face-to-face a few days earlier.
Although Tiffany, being cautious, had asked Rebecca to come along as her wingman.
It seemed like she liked him like at the club on Saturday, and he gave us a ride home.
She had an amazing time with him, and she didn't want the night to end.
According to Rebecca, it didn't.
She told detectives that Devin had ended up staying the night with Tiffany.
They have an intimate relationship then? I don't think they did anything, unless she just doesn't want me to know, like she didn't say. But he was real genuine, respectful to her.
Rebecca, she felt as though it was actually just a good time, good conversation.
Either way, things had gone so well that Tiffany planned to see him again, just a few hours before she vanished.
She invited him to come have dinner at night.
She said that after they got off work that day, she and Tiffany had picked up some groceries.
Then she'd help Tiffany make dinner.
She was just saying, oh, I can't wait.
They're in the kitchen together, working and preparing a meal. And Tiffany hears a knock on the door.
He's like an hour early. He says early. Okay, how do I look?
Tiffany, being very excited about her upcoming dinner, is excited to answer it. Tiffany is thinking that it's Devin.
Instead, the evening was about to get a little awkward.
Hey, Tiff.
According to Tiffany's brother Asher and his girlfriend Rebecca, Tiffany's ex-boyfriend Chris Reville showed up at their apartment shortly before Tiffany disappeared.
Tiffany and Rebecca are shocked when they open up the door. It's Chris standing there.
Hey, Tiff. Is Asher around?
We didn't know he was gonna come be there.
There was a bit of panic because she's anticipating another date with Devin, and here's Chris.
According to Tiffany's brother, it was all a miscommunication.
Chris had hit me up and we were gonna watch a football game. Well, I didn't know that Tiffany was having her other friend come over at that time.
Rebecca says that once Asher was talking to Chris, she and Tiffany went into the kitchen.
I was like, what are you gonna do?
Rebecca knew that Chris still had feelings for Tiffany.
And Devin was on his way.
If Chris realized Tiffany was seeing someone else, things could get complicated.
Tiffany is trying to figure out how to get rid of him as quickly as she could.
When Chris stepped out on the balcony, Tiffany had seized the chance.
That's when she had notified me, hey, Chris needs to go. Like, it's gonna be awkward if they're both here.
From Asher's perspective, this put him in a very difficult position.
Well, what do you want me to say?
No, just figure it out.
Do you have the rest of this?
Then, according to Rebecca, Tiffany had headed out the door to try to catch Devin before he arrived.
She was like, no, I'm gonna tell him we need to go to Walmart or something. Just tell him.
That allows Rebecca and Asher to try to manage Chris and get rid of him.
She was trying to avoid any type of conflict.
So Tiffany runs downstairs to try to get in her car in order to intercept Devin.
That's when the plan had gone awry.
Since their building was pretty far away from the entrance of the apartment complex, she decided to drive there.
Chris and her brother were watching from the balcony as Tiffany got into her car.
Hey, where's she going?
That's when we had both seen her get into her car, back it up, and then pull it back in.
Tiffany texts her brother that her brakes failed.
I did see a puddle of brake oil down there.
Rebecca and Asher are aware that Tiffany has been having a back and forth with her mechanic regarding these brakes.
She had to end up calling one of her other friends, mechanic or something, and the mechanic had come over and fixed the car.
She had just gotten her brakes fixed a couple of days ago, and now they're still not working.
Asher says that after Tiffany's brakes failed, Chris had gone down to check things out.
Looks like your brake line is leaking.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was afraid of.
Yeah, you want me to fix it?
According to her brother, Tiffany tried to wave Chris off.
I could see my sister using it and just go type of hand movement type of thing.
Actually, I texted the mechanic already, and I need to go meet him out front.
She's got to hustle to try to get in front of Devin to intercept him before he reaches the apartment.
But she was too late.
According to Asher, Devin had seen Chris and Tiffany talking by the car downstairs.
He had tried to introduce himself when he got dropped off. Well, my sister had said, no, just go over there.
So Devin, already knowing where the apartment was from the last night they were out, walks up.
Asher says he let Devin in.
He sat down on the couch. I was sitting in a chair for about 20 minutes.
He's got to keep another man entertained while his sister deals with the old man.
What's even more odd is that Chris returns to the apartment without Tiffany.
I had asked Chris where Tiffany went, and he told me that she must got picked up by somebody like a mechanic or something.
And according to Asher, Devin's presence in the apartment didn't sit too well with her ex.
Chris was like, it's what I expected all along. I just pretty much told him to keep his head up type of thing and whatever.
Chris was clearly not happy that Devin wasn't leaving, so Chris eventually left.
After Chris took off, Asher tried to text Tiffany.
He messaged her and waited, but Tiffany did not return any of his texts.
I gave it another about 20 minutes, and so now altogether it's about an hour has passed.
Okay.
And can't contact her, so that's when I decided to go downstairs, because now I'm worried.
Tiffany! Now dark out, Devin went down with Asher, and together they searched for Tiffany.
It didn't take them long to find something.
Tiffany's car keys were sitting on top of the car, and that was very odd.
It's dark, and I had my flashlight on, and I had seen my sister's phone.
That's when Asher really started to panic.
That phone is glued to her hand.
Asher, after finding the phone and the keys, he calls Rebecca and he says something has gone wrong.
Yeah, we just found her phone and her keys.
I was like, don't play, are you joking right now?
Asher had to reiterate to her, no, this is serious.
What are you gonna do?
You better call the cops.
Then Asher called Chris.
Hey, Chris.
I said, you need to come back right now. This does not look right.
Chris's response was interesting.
Chris says, it sounds like you're blaming me for something.
Tiffany Johnson's brother Asher says that once he realized Tiffany had disappeared, he'd called her ex, Christopher Reville.
I kind of insinuated that he needed to show up right now because it's not looking good on his part.
Because Chris was the last person that she was seen with. Asher wanted some answers.
Are you coming? Okay. All right, bro. All right.
Chris ultimately tells Asher that he'll be there as soon as he can.
While waiting for Chris to arrive, Asher tells officers that Tiffany's would-be date, Devin, is still at the apartment.
The police question Devin, who confirms everything Asher and Rebecca had said.
A friend had dropped him off at the front gate of the apartment complex, and when he walked in, he had seen Tiffany talking to Chris.
I was going to introduce myself. I stuck my hand out to shake his hand, and she stopped me. She was like, nah, not this guy, just go upstairs.
He also confirms that Tiffany had texted him about going to Walmart.
But I come to find out that the whole Walmart deal was just to get him to leave.
Mostly, while talking to the police, Devin just seemed confused.
So shit, crazy. Like,
yeah.
She just all of a sudden disappeared when I show up.
When Chris arrives at the apartment, he seemed more than willing to talk to the police.
So I actually came back to try to help and try to figure out what was going on.
When asked about the breakup, Chris tells the same story that Rebecca and Asher told.
He confirms that he and Tiffany just needed to take some space.
We're still friends, you know, there's no problem.
He goes on to tell police that he'd come over, expecting to hang out with Asher. And then he found that Tiffany was having some brake issues, and all he wanted to do was try to help her fix her car problems. But Tiffany shut him down.
He's like, yeah, I'm calling the guy. He's supposed to come over here and take a look at it because I already paid him.
He said that he felt like she didn't need him anymore, and that's why he went upstairs.
And when Asher asked him where Tiffany was, he said she was with the mechanic because he thought that was the plan.
I thought she was gonna be with the guy that was supposed to be fixing her brakes. That's what she said she'd take to.
Chris's story, it adds up in many ways.
Still, Chris was the last person who'd been seen with Tiffany.
So just to be sure, officers ask Chris if they can search his vehicle.
Chris was happy to oblige.
They searched the front seat, the back seat, and there just appears to be a cooler and just some other junk in the car.
We found no blood. We found none of her hair. We didn't find evidence of the violence that one would expect to incapacitate a person.
And when officers look at Tiffany's phone, they find further confirmation of Chris's story.
They find the text to a man named Lewis.
The text said, "My brakes are leaking again."
That's her mechanic friend.
Police also see Lewis's response.
He'd said he could come right over if it's an emergency. So at this point in time, Tiffany's text messages corroborates the story that Tiffany could have left with the mechanic.
If you hear from her or she comes back, give us a call.
Of course. We'll go ahead and get this filed at the station and we'll be in touch, okay, guys? All right. Thank you.
When the case is handed over to detectives, they immediately follow up with the mechanic who Tiffany had been texting with just prior to her disappearance.
Hi, this is Detective Heisey with the Fort Worth Police Department. This phone number appeared on Tiffany Johnson's phone records. Is this a good time for me to ask you a couple of questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Lewis confirms that he had worked on Tiffany's car 2 days before she disappeared.
Okay, so a day or two before.
Right.
He also confirms he had heard from Tiffany again around 9 o'clock that evening.
She had texted me and said, hey, my brakes are leaking again.
Lewis had previously told Tiffany that there was a possibility that her brakes would leak because of an aftermarket product he received from the auto parts store. So he wasn't surprised.
I sent her a screenshot of the right part. And it was like, if she gets the part, I will gladly switch it for her.
She said Tiffany never responded to the texts.
He never leaves his house.
Were you texting with Tiffany that night about the oil line?
Me and my wife was in my living room.
Oh, so your wife was with you?
Yeah, my wife was with me.
When the detectives followed up, his alibi checked out.
Okay. His wife confirms that Lewis didn't leave the house.
Which meant that the detectives were back at square one.
With no other leads, detectives reach out to Tiffany's mother, who lives in South Dakota.
First of all, I'm sorry that we have to be in this situation where she has come up missing. We are working on trying to locate her.
I knew something was wrong. It was just really weird. I don't know what they call it, but I knew.
Without knowing the details, Tiffany's mom immediately tells the detectives to look at Chris.
My first thought went to him.
You just didn't get a good vibe from him.
Not a very good vibe, no.
She didn't feel good about the relationship.
He was always jealous of her, very possessive.
I hated it, but, she believed that she could take care of herself.
Tiffany Johnson's mother has just told detectives that the real reason her daughter broke up with Christopher Reveal is because he was overly jealous and controlling.
She had told me there were good times. There's a lot of bad times also.
Tiffany told her mom Chris couldn't handle it whenever another man looked even in her general direction.
She said she's changed her whole appearance just to try to please Chris.
She couldn't wear this, couldn't wear that because other guys were looking at her.
Based on the information provided by Tiffany's mom, detectives want to look at Chris a little further.
If he was as jealous and controlling as her mom said, maybe the realization of Tiffany seeing someone else pushed him to violence.
Well, thank you so much for your time. We'll be in touch.
That afternoon, detectives head to Chris's mother's house with a search warrant.
Chris had been living with his mom since the breakup.
But the search leaves detectives wondering when Tiffany was last there.
What detectives found in Chris's mother's backyard was a black bra with a broken clasp and a tan-colored tank top.
These items match the description of what Tiffany was wearing when she went missing.
Talking to his mother's neighbors, the detectives uncover more evidence that suggests Chris and Tiffany had a contentious relationship.
She'd witnessed Tiffany pulling up one day in her car and Chris running outside yelling at her.
And he was screaming at her, "What the hell you got on?" It was just a sundress.
She witnessed Chris grab Tiffany, and she stayed outside watching to make sure that Chris saw her in the hopes that Chris would eventually let Tiffany go.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Have a good day. We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
After talking to the neighbors, detectives bring Chris in to confront him with what they found in his mother's backyard.
Police have been over there, and apparently they found a bra. Anything about that?
He claimed that the mother must have been doing laundry out in the back.
When they do laundry, do they hang it out on the clothesline, or they got a dryer, or
hang them up sometimes? Got a dryer. She still has clothes over at my house.
Oh, does she?
Yeah, she got some shirts over there and stuff like that. She had a bra or two.
Chris's story seemed a little too convenient for the detectives, though.
When was the last time that she was over there?
It's been months.
When the interview's over, the detectives place Chris under arrest.
Although there was no body that was recovered, detectives had enough evidence to charge Chris with aggravated kidnapping.
Once Chris is in custody, the detectives head back to his mother's house and search for Tiffany in the surrounding neighborhood.
Police spent a good amount of time searching a wooded area that's behind Chris's mother's house.
There was helicopters in the sky. There was at least 200 police officers scouring around.
The police don't find any trace of Tiffany.
They search and search and come up empty-handed.
Chris's phone records are little help.
We do have good cell phone ping information from Chris's cell phone. He left the crime scene at the apartments. He went down Highway 360. Then he went west on I-30.
But as he was heading west on Interstate 30, his phone mysteriously goes dark.
At that point, we have no cell phone pings for 23 minutes.
Which suggests that either his phone was off or in airplane mode.
Then we see him reappear with a ping off of the towers at his parents' house. But I'm willing to place a bet that he disposed of her in that 23 minutes.
With Chris's phone records a dead end, the detectives pull his criminal history.
They realize it's a very lengthy record.
Chris had been arrested for armed robbery, aggravated assault, battery.
In fact, he'd only been released from prison a couple months before he began dating Tiffany.
But that's hardly the most shocking thing detectives find.
This wasn't the first time that someone connected to Chris had disappeared.
Back in 2006, his 20-year-old girlfriend also disappeared.
10 years later, she was still missing.
We can only advocate for her. That's all we can do. There's so many other missing cases that have came in after Tiffany. So all we can do is keep calling the police department. We've gone out on searches. We covered 80 some square miles and there's nothing. You know, she's got to be somewhere.
Detectives investigating the disappearance of Tiffany Johnson have learned that one of Chris Reville's previous girlfriends also disappeared.
In 2006, a young woman who was involved with Chris went missing.
Her name was Taliba Islam.
They had a child together.
And the details of her disappearance were eerily similar to Tiffany's disappearance.
Similarly to Chris and Tiffany, Chris and his previous girlfriend had also broken up.
On the day that she disappeared, the last person known to have been around Taliba was Christopher Reville.
That's a pretty big coincidence.
Oftentimes, if someone believes they've gotten away with a crime, they follow the same pattern.
For Tiffany's brother, Chris's pattern was crystal clear.
He was a serial killer. The dude fooled everybody. Taliba's case really opened up our eyes to the stuff that he's capable of.
To find out there's another girl that went missing, it gave me the goosebumps, shivers all up my spine.
Do the dual disappearances really mean that Chris is a serial killer? When forensic experts recover deleted texts from Chris's phone, they reveal the depths of his obsession with Tiffany and his anger over the breakup.
What they found was shocking. Ranting text messages sent by Chris. "You broke my heart. I can't believe you did this to me. I won't rest until I'm looking in your eyes and saying my vows.
However, while the detectives believe they've uncovered a motive for murder, they still don't have the victim's body.
The case is drying up. They're not finding any new evidence that points to where Tiffany is.
At the end of October, with all their leads exhausted, the Fort Worth police suspend their search for Tiffany.
But Tiffany's family is not having it.
Tiffany's family joins up with Taliba's family and demand that the Fort Worth Police Department reach out to FBI and every other available resource to help them locate their missing family members.
If it's your child, you're going to hold off as long as you can until your child is found.
However, just because the authorities have abandoned their search for Tiffany, they haven't given up on holding Chris accountable for her disappearance.
The police move forward with the charges of aggravated kidnapping.
The prosecutors were not going to be able to have as strong of an argument that Tiffany was murdered because there was no body.
And an aggravated kidnapping conviction could lead to significant jail time.
The sentence for aggravated kidnapping is life in prison.
When Chris goes on trial in August of 2019, the prosecution contends that when Chris followed Tiffany down to the parking lot, an angry confrontation ensued.
Who was that?
The prosecution's theory was that Chris became enraged when he learned that Tiffany was moving on without him.
It's none of your business, Chris.
What if I make it my business?
The prosecutors believe that once Devin went upstairs, Chris had grabbed Tiffany and forced her into his car.
The crux of the offense was his restraining her and moving her from the apartment complex.
What happened during the time Chris's phone went silent remains a mystery.
We're not obligated under the law to prove what happened to her, because the truth is, we don't know.
However, one thing is certain.
She's not here with us anymore.
And according to the prosecution, there is only one person who could be responsible.
The evidence against Chris was substantial. The fact that he was the last person to see Tiffany, the fact that he drove to his parents' house before he returned back to the apartment scene, and the fact that Tiffany's clothes were at his parents' house.
Chris's defense sticks to his claim that Tiffany left the apartment complex with someone else.
Chris's defense team maintained there was no evidence to connect him to Tiffany's disappearance. There was no way to prove how or when the clothes that were found in his mother's yard got there. There were no defensive wounds on Chris, no evidence in his car.
But when the case goes to the jury, it's clear who they think is responsible for Tiffany's disappearance.
They came back with a guilty verdict.
There was just no other explanation for what happened to her.
The judge sentences Chris to life in prison.
There was relief that he was finally held responsible for what he's done.
He deserves it right and where he's at.
However, there's still something missing.
Tiffany's family still wants answers.
You're locked up, but where's Tiffany?
He had every chance to tell us where Tiffany is, and he refused to.
Justice will be done when we find Tiffany and when we find Taliba.
Justice comes a little closer in March of 2023, after a woman's skeletal remains are discovered alongside a railroad track in Fort Worth.
DNA testing confirmed that the remains belonged to Taliba Islam.
But for the moment, Tiffany remains missing, and her family and the people still searching for her continue to cling to hope.
I believe when the time comes, Tiffany's going to be found. I really do feel that he felt comfortable with where he disposed of Taliba, and that Tiffany will be very close by.
There's just a gaping openness in my heart that's missing. I mean, my heart is incomplete without her here. She's still my child. She deserves to come home.
Vanessa Coleman thinks she's found her dream man when she falls for a mysterious stranger with tons of swagger.
He was a lot more experienced than she was. This relationship took her by storm.
But what attracts Vanessa in the first place will propel her into a violent nightmare where it's put up or shut up in the name of love.
They raped, beat, and tortured these victims. Then they killed them.
Vanessa's first crime was falling in love with a criminal.
And later in Opelika, Florida, single mom Tamika Jasper Barbary lands the perfect family man.
He catered to her. He played the role of being the father figure for her son.
But what Tamika doesn't know will hurt her when her husband's double life surfaces and she loses everything for her man.
So say doing something Opelika today and overtime.
I felt betrayed. I felt hurt. I felt like we lived a lie.
Tamika was the type of person who sees the good in people. She's paying the consequences for it.
18-year-old Vanessa Coleman graduates from high school in Springfield, Kentucky. She's looking forward to stepping out on her own, much to the disapproval of her parents.
They raised their daughters to want to go to college. Vanessa opted not to. She wanted to just kind of rest from education. So Vanessa went to work at a fast food restaurant.
The parents thought they had their daughter's best interest at heart by encouraging her to go to college. But when she didn't do that, when she didn't follow through, they were heartbroken.
Vanessa's first month on the job is all work and no play. Until a friend introduces her to 24-year-old Latalvis Cobbins.
They called Latalvis Romeo. He was very charming. He was quite the ladies' man.
Vanessa's a good girl, but her curiosity is piqued by the handsome stranger.
Because he had lived in New York, and they came down to Kentucky.
He had a different swagger about him than the boys that she would have been exposed to.
So his bad boy persona, being a little bit dangerous, all of this became intoxicating for Vanessa, who came from a very ordinary, humdrum life.
Vanessa is hooked.
There was very little of a dating period. It was sexual almost from the beginning. And she believed herself to be in love very quickly.
Vanessa was already fantasizing to move in with Latalvis.
But not everyone's as enamored with Vanessa's new man. Vanessa's parents see her relationship as more of an obsession than a romance.
He monopolized her time. If Vanessa wasn't with him, she was thinking about him or talking about him. And I think that her parents and her sister viewed that as potential trouble.
Vanessa's family has good reason to worry. Latalvis has plenty of skeletons in his closet, including a hefty rap sheet.
Latalvis was an ex-con. He had served time in New York for an attempted robbery.
But none of that matters to Vanessa.
Vanessa romanticized his backstory. She had no exposure to that kind of life. She was very naive about the world.
Before long, Latalvis turns Vanessa from the sweet and innocent girl her parents raised to someone they barely recognize.
He was a partier, and whatever Latalvis wanted to do is what Vanessa wanted to do.
He was not a great catch for a husband or someone to settle down with or be serious with. He wasn't going to be in church on Sundays.
Just 6 months into their relationship, LaTalvis convinces Vanessa to move to Knoxville with him so he can be closer to his brother, Lamaricus.
They were going to stay with his brother for a while, look around for jobs.
She had cashed her last check, and she wasn't going to go back. The excitement of being on this trip down there to Knoxville drew her in.
Vanessa's sister is the only one that knows about her impulsive plans.
Vanessa did not keep her parents informed of all her comings and goings, particularly when it came to LaTalvis.
But Vanessa's excitement turns to dread when she lays eyes on their new home.
Lamaricus lived on Chipman Street in East Knoxville. It is very near high-crime areas. The street itself was mostly shotgun-style houses, and it's a poor neighborhood.
A reputation for violence, drug activity. There was drug use going on continually at that house on Chipman Street.
And Lamaricus fits right in.
Lamaricus was a cocaine dealer. The house was small. There were curtains serving as doors.
There was just no privacy. There was only one bathroom. She was the only girl. Vanessa was a long way from home.
After the introductions, LaTalvis assures her it's okay, but Vanessa has second thoughts for the first time in their relationship. Vanessa decides to stick with her man anyway. But what she doesn't realize is this romantic ride is heading down a deadly road.
No, please.
18-year-old Vanessa Coleman has moved to Knoxville, Tennessee with her first real boyfriend, 24-year-old LaTalvis Cobbins.
Vanessa met LaTalvis when she was 18, on the cusp of adulthood. He was exciting. He was dangerous.
Women should be aware of men who say the right things all the time and certainly with too much ease, because those are the ones that will hurt you in the end.
Vanessa's first crime was falling in love with a criminal.
On the eve of the new year, they're planning their future at the home of LaTalvis's brother Lamaricus, who's planned a party with friends, and Vanessa is thrilled to celebrate as a new member of the crew.
There were drugs involved. They were intoxicated. They were in a stupor. It was a little wild. She just rolled with it. Vanessa kind of let LaTalvis run the show.
After the new year rings in, they spend the next 5 days lounging around the house.
Vanessa and LaTalvis and LaTalvis's friend, George, were staying at the house. They did not have jobs or a means of transportation.
Reality sets in when Lamaricus is ready to get back to business.
Marcus was getting agitated about having this group in that very small house without providing much in the way of income or helping out with anything.
He was getting increasingly angry. He was broke, and he didn't have wheels, and he couldn't get to his cocaine in order to make money. At one point, he talked about robbing banks.
The situation at the home gets more intense by the minute, but Vanessa stays glued to her man.
She did choose to stay. Vanessa may have hoped that LaTalvis would provide some protection for her if things got out of hand.
Vanessa wasn't about to argue with LaTalvis. He was firmly in command. She was out of her element, and she was in a place where perhaps she wasn't feeling the most secure.
But her fears are justified 6 nights later.
Marcus and LaTalvis and George were using wet blunts, which is this marijuana joint that's embalming fluid. It has some hallucinogenic effects.
Lamaricus tells his brother it's time for him to start pulling his weight around the house. He tells LaTalvis they're going to take a ride and leave Vanessa behind.
We gotta go. George had reservations about it. He stayed back at the house. Vanessa was just hanging out there at the house.
2 hours later, the brothers come back, clearly anxious about something. Vanessa has no idea what's happening.
There were some discussions about what to do, how to handle the situation, what to do next. They were arguing loudly.
Vanessa knew something was very wrong.
Nothing can prepare her for what happens next.
Vanessa saw them lead a young woman whose head was covered and her hands were tied into the house.
No one explained what she was doing there and why.
George and the two brothers make a beeline into a curtained-off bedroom with the woman in their grips. Almost immediately, Vanessa starts to hear horrifying sounds coming from the room.
She was crying out in pain, pleading for someone to help her. It was a small house, wooden floors. You could hear pretty much anything that went on in that house, anywhere you were. It'd be hard not to.
The woman's name is Shannon Christian, but Vanessa doesn't know how she came to be there or what's in store.
George and Latalvis and Lamarcus each went into the room at different times by themselves with Shannon, so they alternated going in and sexually assaulting Shannon.
She's being held in that back bedroom and repeatedly being raped and terrorized. It was exceptionally cruel. She was blindfolded most of the time, so she didn't really even know who was doing what to her.
Shannon's cries are punctuated by the sounds of the men yelling at her to keep quiet or she'll lose her life.
She was told by Latalvis if she would just cooperate and sort of submit herself to these things, that they would let her go.
Lamarcus had taken the blindfold off of her. Once she saw them and was at that location, that there was no way she could be let out of there alive, that they were going to have to kill her.
Vanessa sits by in shocked silence. Over the next 12 hours, Vanessa watches obediently as the men come and go.
There's a point where all three men had left and Vanessa was alone with Shannon. She could have called the police, aided her in some way.
2 hours later, Latalvis, Lamarcus, and George come back to finish their attack on Shannon. When the sounds of Shannon's screaming finally stop, Latalvis calls Vanessa into the room.
When Vanessa went into the room, Shannon was naked from the waist down. She was very clearly battered. She had a lot of facial injuries, and she was unconscious at that point.
Latalvis is about to put their love to the test.
Vanessa is in a situation now that she knows is wrong.
I think she's dead.
But at this point, what can she do? Latalvis has a hold on her, which is amazing.
And later in Opelika, Florida, Tamika Jasper Barbary puts her freedom on the line to cover for her husband's secret life of crime.
Andre was selling drugs. I was devastated. I was like, why did we even get married?
She's a very trusting person, and she doesn't hesitate to really put her faith in people.
18-year-old Vanessa Coleman cowers inside a hell house in Knoxville, where a brutal gang rape is finally ending. When the screams go silent, her boyfriend Latalvis makes a deliberate request. He wants Vanessa to check Shannon's pulse to see if she's still alive.
I believe they called in Vanessa to get her involved. Almost a confession to say, look at what we've done. And to gauge her response to it.
He was not able to tell whether she was alive or not, and Lamarcus was very upset about that.
Vanessa watches as Latalvis, Lamarcus, and George try to hide the body. What they don't realize is that Shannon is still alive.
She was alive when they hogtied her. She was alive when they wrapped her body in trash bags. And she was alive when she was stuffed into a Rubbermaid trash can and the lid put on it. She suffocated to death over a matter of hours.
Vanessa remained silent throughout the entire ordeal.
Vanessa was not upset with Latalvis for what happened to Shannon. In fact, she stuck with him and planned on staying with him.
Vanessa and Latalvis went to sleep as if this had not happened and as if there was not a woman in the house, in the garbage.
The following morning, Latalvis, Vanessa, and George flee the house and race back to Kentucky.
The only concern that any of these people had at that point was to not be discovered. And they literally all left the house and left Shannon behind like she was garbage.
Now holed up at another friend's house in Lexington, 170 miles away, Vanessa's still glued to LaTalvis's side as she chronicles their trip in her diary.
Vanessa's journal entry was that of someone who was on a fun vacation.
I love the fun adventures and lessons I've learned. It's going to be an interesting year.
And it certainly did not reflect anything about what she had witnessed, what she was involved in.
She talked about the weather and how it snowed a little bit and melted. That was her recollection or summary of her trip. One hell of an adventure.
Vanessa just felt it was her duty to be there for him no matter what, to stand by him, to be his woman, ultimately, in every way. Because after all, she loved him unconditionally, and he loved her back the same way.
A few days later, reports of a brutal murder in Knoxville hit the airwaves. And Vanessa's shocked when she learns there are 2 victims: Shannon Christian and her boyfriend, Christopher Newsom.
Vanessa became aware that there was a male body that was found on the train tracks. It was found mutilated, shot, burned, raped, tortured. His girlfriend was missing as well, and there was a frenzied search for her.
At that point, the police didn't know where Shannon was, what had happened to her.
But Vanessa does, as she starts to make sense of what went down in the house on Chipman Street.
Well, Vanessa put 2 and 2 together and realized that the body that was found on the train tracks was linked to the woman who was in the house on Chipman Street.
She's unaware of the grisly details of what happened on that fateful night.
What Vanessa didn't know is that Shannon and Chris had been kidnapped, carjacked, and taken away by LaMarcus and LaTalvis.
With Christopher hogtied and locked in the trunk, the brothers returned to Chipman Street.
Marcus took and led Shannon into the house, and at that point, that's when Vanessa and George would have seen her.
After they raped Shannon the first time, LaMarcus and George took off and drove their other captive, Chris, to the nearby railroad tracks, where they sodomized and killed him.
All of that happened within an hour and a half of the carjacking.
After Chris was murdered, the men returned home and terrorized Shannon for 12 hours. When Vanessa asks LaTalvis about what happened, he denies his part in the double murder.
He blamed LaMarcus for intimidating him to participate in these activities, almost as if he was a victim himself.
Vanessa believes every word of his lies.
Vanessa really wanted to believe that what LaTalvis was saying to her was true, because she thought he loved her unconditionally, but she knew in her heart she really loved him unconditionally.
2 days after Shannon's disappearance, her vehicle is discovered 2 blocks from the house on Chipman Street. The interior of the SUV is covered in LaMarcus's fingerprints, which sends authorities racing to his home.
They circled the home looking for anybody there, and ultimately, in the back corner of the kitchen, they found that trash can with Shannon's body stuffed in it.
Then 2 days later, police get a tip that LaMarcus is hiding in an abandoned building near the house on Chipman Street, where they find him and place him under arrest. He quickly gives up his partners in crime, George, LaTalvis, and Vanessa.
LaMarcus said that she was a part of it. She was a witness to it. She participated. She allowed it.
Law enforcement were able to apprehend them and talk to them and take them into custody.
All 4 of the participants are interrogated, and each tell detectives a different story.
My brother started talking about doing some crazy. So me and him got into an argument. We got into a secret.
Scared out of my mind. Every time I would ask him a question, he wouldn't respond to me.
My own business. I stayed in there for the rest of the time. I was pissed off.
The men, Latalvis Cobbins, Lamarcus Davidson, and George Thomas, are all tried separately in the months that follow.
Latalvis was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. George also will die in prison. He was sentenced to life without parole.
For his role as ringleader, Lamarcus is sentenced to death.
Lamarcus was given the death penalty, and he was given the death penalty for both Shannon and Chris's death.
Neither Lamarcus or Latalvis ever explain why they did what they did, or why it was so horrific.
The circumstances of Shannon and Chris's death were so brutal and prolonged and senseless that it just added to the grief of what these two young people's last days on earth were like.
Vanessa is not brought up on any charges with regard to Christopher Newsom.
Vanessa received a 35-year sentence. She was convicted of lesser offenses of Shannon's murder, and she was acquitted of all crimes associated with Chris.
I love the fun adventures and lessons I've learned. It's going to be an interesting year.
Till this day, Vanessa still stands by her man.
She will exonerate her man until the day she dies and justify his actions. That's her first love.
I honestly don't believe that she would have, on her own, would have been involved in a murder like this. There was nothing she wouldn't do for him.
When she wasn't going to let anything get in the way of her love for Latalvis.
Vanessa Coleman's involvement with a bad boy could have no good ending. In Florida, Tamika Jasper Barbary's vow to stand by her man will also ruin her life. Military brat Tamika Jasper Barbary spends her childhood in peaceful, rural North Carolina.
My father, he was a Marine. Growing up on the military base, everyone knew everybody. We didn't lock our doors.
It was quiet there. You know, you could go outside and play and not have to worry about anything happening.
Tamika and her sister didn't have a care in the world until their father is sent on tour when Tamika is just 10 years old.
My father was stationed for a year in Okinawa, Japan, so my family, we moved back with my grandparents.
Tamika finds herself thrust into a new world in Opa-locka, Florida.
It was like a culture shock because you had to watch your surroundings. You heard police sirens all the time. Someone was always getting killed. It's a sad world to live in.
And in this dangerous town, Tamika will fall for a clever businessman who pulls her into his life of crime.
So say John found an overlocker today in Old Town.
Because she has so much to lose, why would she stay with him?
We all make choices, and we live with the consequences of our choices.
I felt betrayed. I felt hurt. I felt like we lived a lie.
Tamika Jasper Barbary starts a new life after moving from rural North Carolina to the crime-ridden town of Opa-locka, Florida, just a few miles north of Miami.
My mom didn't even like for us to stay on the porch. When it got dark and the street lights came on, we had to be in the house.
To escape, Tamika throws herself into her schoolwork. And over the next few years, she keeps herself out of trouble until she falls in love with the first boy she gets serious with.
I wanted to go away to college, but I got pregnant in high school. The father didn't really stick around to help take care of my baby because he was in and out of jail.
Tamika was a woman who was scarred very early in her life. This is a woman who was desperate to find a guy who would not just take care of her, but also take care of her child. And when you look at desperation, sometimes you make a lot of wrong choices, especially in men.
Raising a child on my own, it made me more responsible. It made me want to do better for myself. I studied even harder.
She went to school every day. Came home, did her homework. Tamika, she was determined to finish school on time.
Once out of high school, the ambitious Tamika looks to the future for her and her son.
I wanted to go to college and find a good job. I went into criminal justice at Miami-Dade Community College.
At 18, just 2 months into her first year of college, Tamika finds someone who adores her son as much as she does, an old friend from high school named Andre Barbary.
We connected when his friend Lamar gave him my phone number. We started talking like all day, every day. We started seeing each other maybe a month later.
He was very charming. He catered to her. He was there when we had family functions.
Tamika soon learns Andre isn't as loyal as he seems. He's having a baby of his own with another woman behind her back.
We had been dating for almost a year, and one of my sister's friends told me that he was seeing a girl that she knew, and then she said she's pregnant. I was angry, but he explained the situation to me.
Andre didn't want to be with the other woman who he had the child with, so it made sense for Tamika to stay with him because, you know, at that point she was in love with him.
But there's one topic that's off limits. Andre is a drug dealer.
He found it easier to sell drugs than to have a steady job. I didn't confront him because I thought that the drug business was a temporary solution to going legit, making money that he needed to start businesses.
Tamika had blinders when it came to Andre being a drug dealer. Because there was no father in her child's life, it's quite possible that Tamika was looking for love in all the wrong places.
Tamika buries her head in the sand and spends the next 4 years focusing on her career. At the age of 22, she gets a job at the U.S. Attorney's Office.
I would be filing stuff, answering the telephones, just like receptionist duties. I tried to learn everything about working there that I could because I always thought of advancing.
Tamika proves to be a model of dedication and hard work and is eventually rewarded with a new position.
Ultimately, through her excellent performance evaluations, she was promoted to a grand jury coordinator. Tamika scheduled appointments for the many prosecutors who were using the grand jury rooms to interview witnesses.
As Tamika rises through the ranks at her job, Andre does the same at his.
Andre was the leader of an organization that was distributing cocaine and oxycodone, driving it over to the west coast of Florida, to Alabama, South Carolina.
It was a whole lot of drugs and money.
But despite Andre's criminal activity, 7 years into their relationship, Andre buys Tamika their first home in Hollywood, Florida.
We moved into the house on Garfield Street. And I got pregnant, and we were so excited to have a daughter.
The arrival of a baby does little to erase the differences between this mismatched pair.
It's time for you to choose.
I was worried about Andre going to jail. I thought that I could go to jail. I thought that I would lose my job. I felt like he was putting my family in danger.
Tamika's patience wears thin. She wants to get married, but she's not about to marry a drug dealer. She tells Andre to clean up or clean out.
I was like, you need to find something to do if we're gonna be together because look where I work in.
Andre agrees to go clean.
She knew in her mind that she couldn't be with a person who's a drug dealer. So when she asked him to stop and he said, sure, I'll stop doing it, that was really easy for her to accept that.
And that summer, Andre starts a new business venture.
Andre opened up a trucking company called Can't Stop Trucking. By all accounts, it was a legitimate company.
Andre was looking for a job that was on his terms and that worked on his time frame.
Tamika couldn't be prouder.
He thought he could get very rich off of the trucking business. He started with 1 truck and then he ended up with 5.
Everyone was, happy for him.
We had a daughter. We were thinking about our future. I just thought we were on the right track in the right direction.
But it's all smoke and mirrors. And when Tamika learns the truth, she'll be forced to make the toughest decision of her life.
I was in love with him, but I was so nervous that something was gonna happen to him.
Andre doing the things that he did, it put his family in danger.
In Hollywood, Florida, life is finally lining up for Tamika and her boyfriend of 10 years, Andre Barbary.
I would go to work and he'd be up like 4 o'clock because he always said the early bird catches the worm. I definitely thought he had changed for the better. That's why I felt we were ready to get married.
With his new trucking business in motion, Tamika believes Andre's troubled past is behind him. And 2 years after they move in together, they marry in a fairy tale wedding.
They've been dating a long time. He was already part of the family, so I was happy they made it official.
Things are finally coming together for Tamika. She was in a relationship where she had a guy who loved her. He stopped dealing drugs. She had everything she always wanted in a relationship and in her life.
But what Tamika doesn't know is Andre's life is all a facade. His seemingly legit business is really a front for an expanding drug empire.
The trucking company was used to give Andre the appearance that he had legitimate work, even though the bulk of Andre's time was spent on drug trafficking.
Andre has rapidly established himself as a major player on the South Florida drug scene.
Andre had purchased properties around town with the proceeds of his drug trafficking business, and he was storing drugs in one or more of these properties. His drug trafficking organization had extremely serious consequences. The prospect of many, many years in prison.
Tamika's blind to the danger that her husband's put her and her family in.
I never saw any drugs around the house. We didn't have people in and out of our house, and nobody came to the house.
Andre's double life stays a secret until Tamika is chosen for a special work assignment.
One of the agents came into the office and he was telling me that an inmate that he wanted to debrief was in Alabama, and he asked me, how do I go about bringing him down? And I explained to him the proper procedures.
But when Tamika learns the name of the prisoner, she is stunned.
I found out that the inmate was Lamar.
It's the same Lamar who brought Tamika and Andre together a decade earlier.
Andre and Lamar, they were really good friends. Lamar, he gave Andre my telephone number to call me.
But little did she know, Lamar is not only Andre's friend, he's also a partner in her husband's secret business. Lamar had been convicted of drug trafficking in Alabama.
Sentence was 168 months, but that was not low enough. Lamar was looking for a ticket out of jail, and his ticket was Andre Barbary. Andre was also under investigation, and that Lamar was likely to be the primary witness against him.
Still believing her husband has turned his life around, Tamika doesn't understand why investigators would come after Andre for things that may have happened in the past.
I was devastated. I felt different about the government. This is what I helped them do to other people. They might be going through the same thing. My whole outlook changed.
Tamika finds herself in an impossible situation. Does she do her job or risk it all to save her husband?
Tamika knew that you're not supposed to disclose any of that information with anyone. She has so much to lose.
The government put her in a lose-lose situation, forcing her to choose between loyalty to her employer and loyalty to her husband.
Andre's out of town, taking care of business, but Tamika makes her choice. She calls him and tells him everything she knows.
Tamika expressed to Andre that there was going to be a raid going down in Opa-locka, and suggesting that she had learned that from one of the agents.
All vestiges of the proper rules of society were thrown out the window because at this point, Tamika had become a mama bear, a lioness, and she would do anything to protect her family, especially the man that she loved.
So say doing something in Opa-locka today and overtime.
Tamika Jasper Barbary must decide between the job she's worked toward her whole life and loyalty to her husband, Andre.
Tamika learned that Lamar was a friend of Andre's for many years, was cooperating with the government about Andre's overall drug conspiracy. Her husband was now under investigation.
Tamika knew that you are not allowed to give away any information, private information concerning your job, even to your husband.
She believes Andre has changed his life for the better.
She had to choose between keeping that information to herself and not sharing with the father of her daughter and the man she loved.
So say Don found an overlocker today in Old Town.
Andre didn't seem bothered by it because they didn't catch him doing anything or have him, red-handed.
But the government has a lot more dirt on Andre than he or Tamika realize.
The government got from Lamar that Andre would brag about that he had an insider at the United States Attorney's Office. The government was wiretapping Andre's phone.
Did they do their thing? I think so. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna hit one more thing, man. Make sure you see.
Tamika's being used as bait to trap Andre, and now she's going down with him.
The agent was simply feeding that information to Tamika to see whether or not that information would be subsequently disclosed to her husband, Andre.
Tamika is no longer an innocent bystander. She's an accomplice, and she's going to pay the price.
By feeding information to Andre Barbary, she facilitated his conspiracy and his organization.
Tamika, on some level, knew that what she was doing was wrong by giving up this information, and certainly went counter to what her job is supposed to be. But this was a woman who was trying to protect her husband, protect her way of life, protect her children, and she pushed that to the side.
One afternoon, Tamika is pulled over on her way to work.
I was like, okay, what's going on? And then he was like, just wait right here. I knew exactly why they pulled me over.
Tamika is arrested by federal agents. Her husband's double life has finally caught up with her.
They put me in handcuffs and they took me back to my house. My son was in the house and my daughter was at school.
But police have no idea if Andre is inside or not, so they go in with guns drawn.
They ran a army truck straight across my gate. My door was off the hinges, all the windows were blown out. It was very upsetting.
Tamika and her son watch in horror as federal agents ransack their home. Afterward, they haul Tamika back to the station and accuse her of helping Andre. She's charged with conspiracy to distribute narcotics.
I guess I did do something wrong by telling him things from work, but I didn't feel like I was conspiring to sell drugs. It was just me, the wife, telling her husband things, pillow talk.
In her mind, there was nothing wrong in doing that. After all, this was her husband, and this was her family that she was talking about. This was her way of life, and this is what, in her mind, anyone would do in order to protect those that they love.
Police arrest Andre, and 2 months later, he's convicted of running a major drug operation. He's sentenced to 20 years in jail. Tamika faces a potential life sentence. And as she prepares for a legal battle of her own, she no longer puts her man first.
I was so upset with him. I didn't care what happened to him because I didn't feel like he really loved me for him to be doing all the things that he was doing. It was all about saving myself.
I feel sorry for her because where she was in her life before all of this happened, I wish she never met him.
Tamika avoids going to trial by pleading guilty to conspiring to use her cell phone to carry out a drug trafficking offense.
So say Don found an overlocker today in Old Town.
Tamika receives 1 year and a day in jail, which she has since served.
She thought long and hard, understanding her commitment to her family, and knowing that her husband was going away for many, many years, she chose to resolve her case.
I didn't want to take that chance of having to be gone for more time from my daughter. I just wanted it to be over.
Despite the hardship Andre has put his wife through, Tamika still has deep feelings for her husband.
We all make choices and we live with the consequences of our choices. When we're placed in a situation of choosing between career, employment, and loyalty to a loved one, I believe most of us would choose loyalty to a loved one.
No matter what Andre did, no matter the consequences that she suffered, he was the one who stayed. He was the one who married her. He was the one who helped her raise her children. He was her husband.
I blame myself because I should have left him a long time ago. I was motivated by love.
Being young and in love can completely consume you.
When you have that puppy love and you're falling for someone, you don't even want to hang up the phone with them.
It's like an escape hatch to excitement.
But sometimes our rose-colored glasses can blind us from the truth. And any red flags start to look like ordinary kites floating in the wind.
She was vulnerable, she was naive. She didn't recognize his behavior as manipulative.
How many warning signs are you willing to ignore for that perfect someone?
This person who presented as a super nice guy has suddenly turned into a monster.
I'm acting on every single word because I don't know what he's capable of.
When it's now or never, will you fall in line or get out before it's too late?
He's frightening her to do exactly what he told her to do.
I'm on the verge of crying. I'm on the beach of freaking out.
He said to her, "When you stab her, I want you to stab her with all your might."
November 23rd, 2003. It's a chilly Sunday in Seattle, Washington.
Everybody knows that Seattle has a lot of months of darkness and rain, but Seattle is gorgeous. It's green all year round. It's a super active place.
There is lots to do. We have the Space Needle, Pike Place Market, which are very common tourist attractions.
As night falls over the Emerald City, a call comes in to dispatch at the Seattle Police Department.
Police receive an urgent phone call from a woman who identifies herself as Martha Jackson.
She was scared. She was worried about her daughter's well-being.
Martha explains that she and her 17-year-old daughter, Kealani Brown, live 3 hours away in Vancouver, Washington. But Kealani had recently taken a bus to Seattle to visit some old friends.
Martha assumed that her daughter was supposed to be with 3 girls during this time in Seattle.
Martha tells police that earlier that evening she received what she initially thought was a call from Kealani.
It's from her cell phone. But it isn't Kealani. It's a man that she has never heard from before.
This wasn't just any regular call.
On the other end, it was a guy saying that Kealani had killed someone.
And she's hoping that it's a hoax, that it's a prank. But by the tone and tenor of this man's voice, she knew this was serious.
The man provided her with an address and then just hung up. Kealani's phone had been going to voicemail ever since.
Police know they need to locate Kealani Brown as soon as possible.
It's like, what's going on? You know, is she in danger? Like, what's happening?
"17-year-old Kealani Brown was forced to grow up at a young age.
She got pregnant when she was 15, and her high school boyfriend didn't stick around.
Bringing a child into the world and you're still a child yourself has to be one of the scariest situations you could ever be faced with. You're still trying to figure your life out, figure out who you are as a teenager.
But by age 17, Kealani was coming into her own as the mother of her beautiful 2-year-old boy and was dreaming of a bright future with her son.
It's very difficult to be a teen mom. But she hadn't given up hope. She had big dreams. She was an amazing singer, and she also was really great at writing lyrics for songs.
I can see how having such passion for music could drive someone and to want to be discovered, to want to have a great life.
And part of that great life would include finding a father figure for her son.
Kehlani wanted a partner to raise her child with. She wanted the ideal man for that family unit.
That led her to reaching out to a telephone dating service. I mean, this is back in 2003.
If you look at dating now, pretty much everybody has a Tinder account, a Bumble account. But back in 2003, there weren't any of that.
When Kehlani connected with 19-year-old Seattle resident DeMar Rome, there were instant sparks.
DeMar was really into music. They would read each other's songs that they had written.
Kehlani and DeMar talked for hours on the phone. When you have that puppy love and you're falling for someone, you don't even want to hang up the phone with them.
To Kehlani, DeMar seemed like the kind, romantic guy she'd been waiting for.
He lived in downtown, and he invited her there. And not only did he want her there, he wanted her son to come with. And that's a huge thing for a mom, to be not only accepted and loved for you, but to have someone totally accepting your son.
Just after 3 weeks of talking and connecting with DeMar by phone, she decided to take her and her son to go and see him in Seattle.
Kehlani knew her mother wouldn't approve of the trip, so she told her she was going to Seattle to visit some girlfriends.
Kehlani couldn't wait to finally meet the man of her dreams in person.
But now, 1 week after Kehlani left for Seattle, her worried mother is on the phone with police. According to Kehlani's mother, she had received a chilling call from Kehlani's phone earlier that evening.
There was a male voice on the other end of the phone that she did not recognize, and he said Kehlani had just killed someone.
Seattle police immediately raced to the address Martha jotted down from the mysterious male caller. A duplex on the northeast side of town.
Investigators were hoping that this was some type of hoax or misunderstanding, but they needed to act quickly to find out for sure.
So police arrive at the residence and they see two young people leaving, a man and a woman. And the woman matches the description of Kehlani.
When confronted by officers, the young woman confirms that her name is Kehlani Brown, and the man identifies himself as 19-year-old DeMar Rome.
Kehlani did not have her 2-year-old son. She had actually dropped her son off at a relative's house.
They immediately handcuff Kehlani because obviously, given the information, they have to take it seriously.
The police officers ask Kehlani, "Do you know why we're here?" And she goes, "No." The police officers respond, "Are you sure you don't know why we're here?" And Kehlani responds, "I have the right to remain silent, don't I?" So she was very tight-lipped initially.
However, DeMar has an entirely different demeanor.
Immediately, DeMar starts talking.
He says, "Oh, I'm going to tell you everything."
17-year-old Kehlani Brown felt like she'd finally found a kind and trustworthy boyfriend in 19-year-old DeMar Rome.
She thought that this was going to be the perfect match made, that she was going to find someone to help her raise her son.
They had this instant connection. She fell head over heels for him.
After just 3 weeks of talking over the phone, Kehlani and her 2-year-old son took a bus to Seattle to finally meet DeMar in person.
She has this opportunity. It's like an escape hatch to excitement. And she sees herself being with this man who is fully embracing her.
But now, Kehlani is in handcuffs outside a duplex on the northeast side of Seattle. accompanied by DeMar.
Seattle police had just received word that Kealani might have killed someone.
Kealani remains tight-lipped, but DeMar assures police he's ready to tell them everything.
He tells the police officers, I'm the one that called Kealani's mother. He's very, very helpful, and he's willing to tell them what exactly took place.
With Kealani and DeMar en route to the police station, detectives arrive and begin poring over the duplex.
When they get to the bedroom, it's clear that something sinister has happened. It looks like the room has been stripped bare.
It looks as if someone is in the process of trying to clean.
There was dark stains on the carpet, which appeared to me to be blood stains. There was blood spatter on a wall. There was what looked like knife defects in one of the walls.
So this has turned from what could be a prank to like something terrible has happened in this room.
Following this trail of evidence, police continue to thoroughly inspect the house.
And that's when they begin to find the knives.
There were 2 knives in the trash can. There was one in the backyard of the duplex.
One of the knives particularly had what appeared to be some dark marks, which we believe to be blood.
Despite finding a treasure trove of physical evidence, investigators are still missing the most crucial piece of information.
There is no sign of a body. What happened in this house of horrors? And who did it happen to?
Back at the station, detectives sit down with DeMar first.
DeMar seems so incredibly willing to help them understand what happened.
DeMar tells investigators where they found him and Kealani was his place of residence. He confirmed that, yes, someone was murdered inside the bedroom.
And DeMar reveals that someone was his ex-girlfriend, LaShonda Flynn.
He seems very disappointed at what has transpired. He can't believe what has happened to LaShonda.
17-year-old LaShonda Flynn was a very active young girl with a bright future.
LaShonda was a very special, beautiful, unique young lady.
She's like my pride and joy. I mean, you know, I have others, but she was like my first grandchild.
Like many teenagers her age, LaShonda also had a rebellious side.
She get sidetracked of her friends and not focus on the schoolwork. She liked to go some days, but some days I had to drag her to school.
By the fall of 2003, LaShonda developed a habit of running away from home.
And I asked LaShonda, what made you feel that you wanted to do what you're doing, like running away from home? And then she's like, well, I just want to be out there with my friends and such.
It was around this same time that LaShonda met DeMar Rome.
LaShonda found DeMar exciting. He was older and he had his own place. But LaShonda did not tell her mother or grandmother about DeMar. She knew they would not approve of her dating someone older.
DeMar Rome was smooth, and he kind of swept her off of her feet.
So how did LaShonda end up dead? And where is her body now?
According to DeMar, Kealani killed her out of jealousy.
DeMar explains it all started on the night of November 20th.
So there was me and Kealani, there was LaShonda, and, you know, we was all drinking.
DeMar said even though him and LaShonda had broken up, they remained friends, and he introduced her to Kealani.
DeMar tells detectives that the evening seemed to be going fine at first. But things eventually took a dark turn between the two women.
So that very bizarre situation broke out. They were talking about fighting each other. And pretty much what happened was that Kealani felt that she needed to go to the kitchen and go get herself some knives.
DeMar says at that point, Kealani chased LaShonda into the bedroom.
And then all of a sudden, they just started swinging at each other with the knife. I had to hold Kealani back, but LaShonda, she got stabbed 4 times. After I watched her die, I felt guilty in a way. Yes, I did.
DeMar claims he felt so guilty that 3 days later, he knew he needed to tell someone what happened.
She called Kealani's mother this evening. I explained the situation to her mom. Her mom called Seattle police.
It's a shocking story. Is DeMar telling detectives the truth?
I don't have time to lie to nobody. If it wasn't for me, you guys wouldn't know anything.
DeMar agrees to then take them to the location of the body.
And once they arrive, the depravity of this crime will become even more apparent.
It was one of the most gruesome things they had ever seen.
It just is heartbreaking, the way that she was treated.
LaShonda wasn't a bad person. She wasn't an angel sometimes, but don't count her out like she's a bad person or she's just fast, because she wasn't. She just walked into the wrong door and didn't come out the right way. When you go out with your friends and hang out with your friends, just be aware of your surroundings.
November 23, 2003, Seattle, Washington. 19-year-old DeMar Rome has just agreed to take Seattle police to the remains of his ex-girlfriend, 17-year-old LaShonda Flynn.
According to DeMar, his new girlfriend, Kealani Brown, had stabbed LaShonda in a jealous rage.
As the sun comes up over Seattle, DeMar leads police to Discovery Park, a 500-mile green space in the northwest corner of the city.
They get to Discovery Park. They walk down this long trail. Then they discover a duffel bag. Inside of the duffel bag are trash bags. But when they open these trash bags, that's when they discover the body of LaShonda Flynn.
They also find ashes, a dirty diaper. They find, it's like garbage. It just is heartbreaking, the way that she was treated.
The state of LaShonda's remains horrifies even the most seasoned investigators.
It was one of the most gruesome things they had ever seen. Her body is riddled with stab wounds on her back and neck.
As LaShonda's body is transferred to the medical examiner's office, investigators return DeMar to the police station.
They decide to keep DeMar in custody until they can speak to Kealani. Before they can take his statement at face value, they wanted to get her side of the story.
But first, investigators have the grim task of notifying LaShonda's family what's happened to her.
It's crazy because I was watching the news that morning, and the story that they had said, it was just like they found a girl, but they didn't really go into detail. So when I got the call, it was like, I just went numb.
My whole face just dropped. I just dropped. I went down to the floor. I said, no.
While LaShonda's family struggles to grapple with the tragic news, detectives sit down with their #1 suspect, Kealani Brown.
DeMar has painted Kealani as a vicious murderer. But when detectives sit down with Kealani, she seems visibly shaken.
They tell her, he has pinned this entire thing on you. He said that you committed this crime as a result of jealous rage.
Kehlani appears more and more shocked as she hears what detectives are saying.
Kehlani tells detectives that they have it all wrong.
She just starts telling him everything. She starts telling them her side of the story.
Kehlani explains that when she first arrived in Seattle and met DeMar, everything clicked between them, like it had over the phone.
Initially, her first impression of him was that he was very affectionate, that he doted her, that he doted her 2-year-old son.
However, Kehlani says she was surprised to find another young woman living at DeMar's home with him. It was LaShonda Flynn.
He told me that LaShonda was his foster sister that they'd been raised together.
But in the hours that followed, DeMar told Kehlani more about his supposed foster sister.
He had told me how LaShonda is a pathological liar. She's lying about how he raped her, about how he put hands on her and all that stuff.
He's saying, like, she's gonna lie, she's gonna tell you that I'm abusive, she's gonna say all these things, but she's the one that's crazy.
He was like, man, I wish she would just leave. And he was like, the only way that she will leave is if she's dead. Is if I kill her.
Kehlani says at that point, she thought DeMar was just talking a big game.
I didn't take this as seriously as I probably should have. But I said, well, why can't you just, ask her to leave? And he's like, no, because she's going to come back.
During the next few days, Kehlani continued to brush off DeMar's claims and even became close to LaShonda.
LaShonda and Kehlani actually established a really close bond. It was really like one big happy family at a certain point.
However, Kehlani admits that DeMar was starting to make her feel uneasy at times.
DeMar started to become extremely paranoid. There was one night that they had all gone out to eat, and DeMar was convinced that the waitress at the restaurant was trying to kill him.
He made a big scene. He's like, I think we need to go get some protection.
DeMar takes both girls to the store to buy knives, telling them that they need to protect themselves.
Kehlani tells detectives that things became even more strange when DeMar made a shocking admission.
He decides to tell Kehlani that him and LaShonda, who's supposed to be his foster sister, had had sex before.
DeMar began pressuring Kehlani for a threesome.
November 24th, 2003, the morning after her arrest, detectives are speaking with teenage murder suspect Kehlani Brown about her role in the death of 17-year-old LaShonda Flynn.
Kehlani's boyfriend, DeMar Rome, claims that Kehlani killed LaShonda out of jealousy, since LaShonda was his ex-girlfriend.
But now, in speaking with Kehlani, investigators realize that there may be more to this twisted story.
Kehlani claims when she first arrived in Seattle, DeMar said that LaShonda was only his annoying foster sister. He even made odd comments. The only way to get LaShonda to leave him alone was to kill her.
Regardless, Kehlani liked LaShonda and the two became friends. But it soon became clear that DeMar hadn't been entirely honest with her about their relationship.
DeMar admitted that him and LaShonda had previously had sex.
It was a shocking admission, but at the time, Kehlani just brushed it off.
Because from my understanding, this was his foster sister, so there's like no really blood relations, which that makes sense to me. They told me that they had sex one time. And so, okay, that's in the past.
However, Kehlani eventually learned that DeMar's sexual relationship with LaShonda wasn't just a thing of the past.
He essentially began to use sex to pit the two girls against each other.
He would have sex with Kehlani in one room and make sure the door to LaShonda's room was open so she could hear it. He would do the same thing with LaShonda and make sure Kehlani's door was open so she could hear that.
And DeMar was at a point where he was trying to get Kehlani to agree to have threesomes with himself and LaShonda.
He asked how I felt about that. I said, that's not really my thing. That's not something that I'm really into.
But DeMar continued to be persistent.
So it's the night of November the 20th. DeMar and Kehlani are laying in bed in a room with LaShonda in a separate room. He tells Kehlani we should get up and go see what LaShonda is up to.
He's talking about a threesome type thing. And I said, I don't feel comfortable with that. He was like, just go in the room, tell her to take off all the clothes. He was like, you don't have to do anything, just tell her to take off all the clothes.
Kehlani says at this point, she was tired of resisting DeMar's requests and decided to placate him.
So I'm like, okay, now you're really weird, but okay, So I go in there. I told LaShonda, DeMar said they got my clothes. I don't know what's going on.
And to Kehlani's surprise, LaShonda followed his orders.
When DeMar entered the room, he instructed Kehlani to tie LaShonda's hands behind her back with a rope.
So she was cool with that, so I did that. Then he told me to put the shirt over her head. And I was just kind of like shocked, like, okay, what's going on?
LaShonda agreed to this under the guise that there was going to be some surprise. And she even kept asking, where's the surprise? Where's the surprise?
From there, Kehlani says the night took a sinister turn that neither she nor LaShonda saw coming.
He came to the side of the bed on this side, and he stabbed her in her lower back. And I'm basically just in shock. My son is asleep in the next room.
LaShonda asked, why are you doing this to me?
And then DeMar stabs her 3 more times.
Kehlani said at this point she was terrified of DeMar. She thought that he would kill her too.
I'm trying to figure out what to do, what am I supposed to do. He said, you're going to help me clean up.
She felt powerless. She did not feel like she had another choice.
I thought I was going to throw up.
November 24th, 2003, Seattle, Washington. Homicide detectives are sitting down with 17-year-old Kehlani Brown, who is giving a chilling statement about the brutal murder of LaShonda Flynn.
According to Kehlani, after she observed DeMar murder LaShonda in front of her eyes in cold blood, stabbing her 4 times, he looked to her and said, you're gonna help me get rid of the body.
He said, you're going to help me clean up. He told me that if I ever say anything, that my family would be in danger, that I would not be living. I thought I was going to throw up.
She felt powerless. She did not feel like she had another choice, so she helped him.
The duo wrapped LaShonda's body in blankets and stuffed her into a duffel bag. They then did their best to clean the blood from the room.
He said everything in the room has to go. And so I'm listening and I'm acting on every single word because I don't know what he's capable of.
According to Kehlani, DeMar then made her call a cab.
He told me to call the cab and he's my name. He said she's going to discover it. And there's a clip and she's blowing off the clip.
Once the cab arrived, they loaded the duffel bag with the body into the trunk of the cab.
Her son was in a taxi cab as well, as they drove to Discovery Park.
After they arrived at their destination and unloaded the duffel bag, they began dragging it through the park toward the cliffs.
Kehlani's son was with them the whole time.
And then after a while of dragging it, I'm just like, I'm trying to reason with him on camera, just call police. And he's like, no, she's going off the cliff. So then I'm emotionally starting to lose it. And I'm on the verge of crying and I'm on the beach of freaking out. And I don't think he wants to me to make a scene.
At that point, Kehlani says DeMar initiated a change of plans.
He's like, drag her into all those bushes over there. As far as you can. He said, I'm gonna keep watch. And I'm just like tripping. I'm like, I cannot believe you're telling me to do this. And so, but I did it.
Kealani says after that, the couple went back to DeMar's home. And in the days following the crime, she begged DeMar to let her and her son go to her aunt's house, who lived nearby in Seattle.
So I get not going anywhere. And so finally he was like, you're fine, your son can go.
Why did you leave with her?
Why didn't I leave with her? Because I was really scared that he was gonna find me.
So the detectives have two different stories. Kealani, who says DeMar did it, and DeMar, who says Kealani did it.
Who's telling the truth? Investigators are conflicted, but something about DeMar just doesn't sit right with them.
His style of communication was challenging to follow, to say the least. It was almost bizarre the way he jumped around. The language, the words he used.
He seemed to want to control the room as if he was the smartest person in the room.
And when detectives dig deeper into DeMar's background, they uncover even more red flags.
He had been arrested multiple times for a few crimes, including assault.
DeMar's habit of dating underage girls is another cause for concern.
Kealani and LaShonda were both 17 years old. At 19 years old, DeMar was the only adult in this situation.
DeMar had first met LaShonda when she was only 16.
He met her while she was at a bus stop crying.
I believe that he volunteered a persona, that he was strong, that he would protect her.
It went from this, seemingly great guy to suddenly he's treating her horribly. She has to walk behind him when they're walking. She can't sit next to him by the bus. I mean, he's just treating her like a second-class citizen.
She was vulnerable, she was naive. DeMar knew that, and he preyed on her.
Detectives suspect DeMar enlisted the same tactics to connect with Kealani Brown.
If over and over again someone has occurrences with young, impressionable teenage girls, that shows me predatory behavior.
Police decide to charge DeMar with first-degree murder. And although they believe Kealani is telling the more truthful account of what happened, she must also be held accountable for her part in the crime.
So we allowed her to plead guilty to a reduced charge of manslaughter in the first degree on the conditions that A, everything she told us was truthful, and B, that she would provide truthful sworn testimony against DeMar at trial.
Her sentence would then be 8 years.
Kealani agrees to the plea deal, but in the days leading up to trial, something unheard of happens.
All of a sudden, out of the blue, Kealani has requested a meeting with the prosecutors to discuss something.
Her lawyer looked at Kealani and said, "Okay, Kealani, tell him." And she looked at me and she said, "Mr. Barber, I stabbed LaShonda."
It seemed like she was very forthright during her initial interview, so there was quite a bit of surprise when she had to come forward and change her story. We were getting ready to go to trial, but she made some decision that she was going to do that. So she did. She stepped up on the eve of trial, and she took responsibility for what she did.
In the winter of 2003, Seattle investigators are preparing for the murder trial of 19-year-old DeMar Roan, who is accused of stabbing his ex-girlfriend, LaShonda Flynn, to death inside his apartment.
As far as the prosecution was concerned, this was pretty much a slam dunk case.
However, just before the trial is set to start, the prosecution's star witness, Kealani Brown, requests an emergency meeting with prosecutors.
I went up to the jail where Kealani was housed, and she said, can I talk to my lawyer for a minute? And I went, oh boy, okay. So I left the room for about 5 minutes. I came back. Her lawyer looked at Kealani and said, okay, Kealani, tell him. And she looked at me and she said, Mr. Barber, I stabbed LaShonda. It was a complete shock.
Kealani explains that in the days leading up to the murder, DeMar convinced her that LaShonda was dangerous.
DeMar had told Kealani that LaShonda was going to threaten to kill them, and that she actually needed to kill LaShonda in order for them to be safe.
Seeing that she did see him as loving to her. She didn't know any better. She didn't recognize his behavior as manipulative.
On the night of November 20th, DeMar insisted it was now or never.
Kealani says DeMar comes up with a plan for Kealani to seduce LaShonda.
She described where, he had told Kealani to go into LaShonda's bedroom, tell LaShonda it's time for the threesome, convince LaShonda to strip down, to be blindfolded, and to be tied up. And she did so.
DeMar then entered the room, handed Kealani the knife, and told her it was time.
DeMar had said to her, when you stab her, I want you to stab her with all your might.
DeMar cheered her on. He was loving it.
All the while, LaShonda is basically begging for her life, and DeMar is mocking her, and it seems like DeMar is getting pleasure out of this whole scene between these two vulnerable girls.
Prosecutor Hugh Barber can't believe what he's just heard.
I was livid. I was angry. And I told her that her plea deal to the manslaughter in the first degree was going to be revoked, and that she had just confessed to murder to a prosecuting attorney.
Now, instead of manslaughter charges and 8 years behind bars, she's looking at 18 years for second-degree murder.
She entered a plea to the increased charge of murder in the second degree with a deadly weapon enhancement. We offered DeMar the same thing. He rejected it, so we were forced to go to trial.
DeMar Rome's trial begins on the morning of February 28th, 2006.
DeMar is insisting on representing himself.
I guess we're always surprised when a defendant decides to represent themselves. It's usually a very bad decision. But knowing DeMar, it doesn't surprise me of him. Like I mentioned before, he's the smartest guy in the room. Just ask him.
DeMar sticks to his story that Kealani murdered LaShonda out of jealousy, and that he never coerced her into anything.
The whole time, he is painting himself as a victim, that it was Kealani all along, that he was just a part of her plan, and she wanted revenge against his ex.
But when it's their turn, the prosecution explains why they believe the crime had been DeMar's sick fantasy all along.
He wanted the ultimate domination over two vulnerable girls, and that's really what it comes down to.
Although Kealani committed the crime, he encouraged Kealani to do it.
Was there ever a motive for him to want LaShonda dead?
No, I mean, not in the traditional sense of, robbery or rape or revenge or anything like that. I think he was just a puppeteer, and he wanted to see how far he could make Kealani go. And I think he sat back and watched the fruits of his labor gleefully.
When the jury retires to deliberate, it takes them just 5 hours to return with a verdict.
DeMar, he is found guilty of first-degree murder, and he is sentenced to 31 years behind bars.
To me, I feel he needs that and more.
DeMar Rome, earliest possible release date could be in 2035. That's in 12 years. I know how fast 12 years goes by. I'm not comfortable with that.
For her cooperation with the investigation, Kealani is sentenced to 10 years in prison.
The judge gave her an exceptional sentence below the standard range because the judge found that she was manipulated, she was vulnerable.
To me, I feel she didn't get enough because she did it. So I feel she should have got much as he got.
It's frustrating. I mean, to this day now, I'm still pissed off about it, but, you know, what could be done? My daughter, she's not here. It's impacted us a lot.
Kealani Brown was released from prison in 2013 at the age of 27. But her life has been forever altered by crossing paths with DeMar Rome all those years ago.
Both LaShonda Flynn and Kealani Brown were victims of DeMar Rome.
They were both manipulated. They were both given probably fairy tale stories of love.
At a young age, you should be doing things you want to do, not worried about going out with this guy or this guy. But if you do your research, because I promise you, they could say one thing but turn out to be another.
Trust your gut, use your instinct, and when something doesn't feel right or doesn't seem right, it's probably not.
Although young love can be all-consuming, it's not always as rosy as it seems. When red flags appear, it's best to heed their warning and get out while you still can. Sometimes, when it seems like we have it all to those on the outside, there's still something missing. Something waiting to be awakened within us. When you find that spark, that person that makes you feel alive, will you take a walk on the wild side? And take your chances at love? After getting a taste of danger, you may just end up missing your old life, begging to rewind. January 17th, 2008. It's a quiet night in the suburbs of Westland, Michigan, about 16 miles outside of downtown Detroit.
Westland is a very nice and neat suburb, well-kept homes, hard-working people.
As most residents are turning in for the evening, local police officers are carefully setting up an undercover operation. To their shock, they've gotten word that a young couple is running an illegal escort service in the otherwise safe and peaceful community.
The couple is using a website in order to pimp out prostitutes. The police find this particular website. They pose as an interested John in order to set up a sting.
The couple takes the bait, arranges to take one of their girls over to this motel.
The police are setting up the room in the motel. They have undercover officers that are waiting outside for the targets to arrive.
After over an hour of waiting, police become concerned that their perps aren't going to show up.
It's a little after 11, no one's there. They're a little worried that, oh, maybe they got wind of the operation.
But then, a car approaches that piques officers' interest. Inside the vehicle are two females and a male. Eventually, one of the females exits the vehicle and goes upstairs.
She goes upstairs to the hotel room. Police are eagerly waiting to see if the woman going up to the steps is going to the room with the undercover cop.
As officers lay in wait, they have no clue the wild ride their undercover sting will lead them on. Soon, police will uncover a sinister tale of abuse and attempted murder, fierce jealousy and untamed rage, and the dark, twisted romance at the center of it all.
They had been living on the wild side, and he's constantly reminded that she belonged to him.
26-year-old Davina Branch was known for her strength and independence.
Davina has a very funny spirit, high energy, very creative. She's gorgeous and strong.
She was very confident. She walked with her head held high.
Everyone wanted to always be with her. People always looked up to her. My daughters, they look up to her. She was a very fun young lady.
While others just talked about their dreams, Davina tackled hers with full force.
She was so ambitious. She started her own business right after college, a hair salon.
I was like, I want to do this as a business. My mom believed in me. So I just was like, I could do this.
Davina loved doing hair, and her clients loved her just as much.
She had this magical personality.
People gravitated toward her.
Davina's customers thought of her not only as their stylist, but also their confidant.
Everybody came to her for advice. A lot of people trusted her.
If you had a problem, she had a solution. And she always kept you laughing.
Did everything that I had to do to make my salon great, and it was great.
By the spring of 2007, the last thing on Davina's mind was romance.
My mother built me to be a very prideful woman, being educated, being strong. So I definitely had that mentality, like, I don't need a man to be okay. You know, a man is a bonus, but who doesn't want a man? You know, so that's where I was at that point.
But everything soon changed when Davina met 24-year-old Detroit native Leonard Nard Henley.
Nard, once he came into the picture, even when she's working at the shop, he would come there, and then her whole demeanor changes.
He had charm, but he was also fun, and he was funny.
He had this swag, this bad boy image. He was street savvy, and in comparison to her structured life, it just gave her this rush.
For some reason, I just always was attracted to like that bad boy street life. With him being in the streets, he could definitely like hang and keep up with the Joneses. He definitely like stayed like fresh. I knew that he would be able to afford me.
The chemistry between Davina and Nard was undeniable.
He wound up spending the night. It wasn't even supposed to happen, but it happened. It was great. And so then it was just like, oh, you got good sex.
Once you get that rush, you want to keep getting that same high, that adrenaline that draws and attracts you to it.
The relationship only continued to blossom from there.
He was like the most loving guy ever. Literally, like, he wanted to spoil me. He wanted to wine and dine me. He wanted to see what I was about. It's like, oh, you like this? Let's do it.
After only a few weeks of dating, the couple moved in together, and Davina was on cloud 9. She couldn't believe the extravagant lifestyle she was now a part of with her new man.
We lived a fast lifestyle. We definitely had like the house, we had the cars, I had the jewelry, the clothes. It was so much fun.
These two were having the time of their life. Davina was basking in this excitement and all of this attention, and it just grew to the next level.
What Davina didn't yet know was that her intoxicating new love would eventually lead her down a dark and violent path. One that would cost her everything she'd worked so hard for.
He was like, you're the perfect little boyfriend. Okay, boy, you know? And then he became crazy.
January 17th, 2008, Westland, Michigan. Police believe they have the leaders of a local escort service in their crosshairs after luring them to a motel under the guise of a paid sexual encounter.
The young lady comes to the room. She tells him, look, this is gonna be $125 for a half an hour. Well, that seals it. He immediately alerts the young lady that, look, you're under arrest, I'm a police officer.
Meanwhile, officers in the parking lot make their move on the ringleader couple.
They're surrounding the car. They come up behind the car. They're at the window. They have the guns drawn.
They immediately go into the vehicle to arrest the occupants of the vehicle that dropped her off.
However, police are about to get more than they bargained for when they unravel the shocking truth behind this criminal enterprise.
She got in a bit above her head. He really used her.
Detroit native Davina Branch spent her early 20s focusing on her career and starting her own hair salon. But deep down, Davina wanted more.
It's this little devil inside of her that wants to take a walk on the wild side.
So when 24-year-old Leonard Henley, also known as Nard, strutted into her life, Davina threw caution to the wind.
He was definitely a bad boy. He was in the streets. It's always kind of like that good girl to kind of like looking at that bad guy type of image.
She had to have him. Chemistry kept growing and became more and more.
I was very in love with Nard. In love, infatuated with, definitely all of that.
But Davina would soon realize that her exciting new life with Nard was nothing more than a cruel illusion, contrived by a toxic love that would drive her to commit unimaginable acts for her man.
That was not her lifestyle. That was something she wound up getting into.
January 17th, 2008. Police in Westland, Michigan have just arrested the alleged leaders of a local escort service, along with one of their call girls, in an undercover sting operation.
There's a tipster that contacts police, and they point out this website that they say these two were using to pimp out prostitutes. Police then contact the couple, posing as an interested John, in order to set up a sting.
That morning, detectives begin looking into their three suspects in custody: Leonard Nard Henley, Davina Branch, and Micah Daniels. As it turns out, 24-year-old Nard Henley is no stranger to law enforcement.
Here's Nard with this rap sheet, multiple different types of charges.
He had a history and track record that involved drugs, guns.
However, Nard's alleged partner in the escort service, 26-year-old Davina Branch, has a clean record.
By all accounts, she's this model citizen. She's a college graduate. She's a business owner.
She was a good girl. Hard to believe that she would be involved in an escort type operation.
This also seems to be Micah Daniels' first run-in with the law. Detectives hope they can get the young call girl to turn on her employers and give up the information police need to take the operation down.
When they initially sit down with Micah, she's a little apprehensive.
Micah was scared, and she really was unsure if she should cooperate with the police.
Police let Micah know, if you're willing to cooperate with us, we will offer you a lesser sentence.
Fortunately for detectives, Micah decides to take the deal.
She decides to go ahead and cooperate with the police. Micah begins to tell her story.
Micah says it all started 6 months ago at a party.
A beautifully dressed woman approached her and introduced herself as Davina Branch.
She was statuesque. She had a beautiful outfit on.
Davina gave Micah her business card and said, do you want to model? Do you want to make some money off your beauty?
If you're interested in modeling, give me a call.
Micah admits she took the bait.
She ultimately ended up getting in contact with Davina because she wanted to know how much money she actually could make.
She agreed to meet up with Davina and Nard, and once she got there, the deal wasn't what she expected.
She thought she was meeting up with her for a modeling job. However, she quickly learned that this was for prostitution.
Micah tells detectives she was apprehensive at first, but had recently run away from home and thought it would be nice to have a place to stay and some stable income.
The couple began to describe how her life would change, how much money she would make.
Davina talked her into it.
Micah says once she got in with the couple, she quickly realized that the two weren't exactly equal partners. Nard was definitely calling the shots.
Davina was not the head of this operation.
Nard was in fact the ringleader.
Micah told investigators that Davina was doing everything at the behest of her boyfriend. Nard had that control over her. She was doing everything for her man.
With Micah's statement in tow, detectives bring Davina in for questioning.
They put me in this interrogation room. You're just like exhausted, crying, you're scared.
The police let her know that Micah has identified her and Nard as the leaders of this escort business.
Detectives tell Davina they know that Nard is the mastermind and that she's been doing his bidding.
He was asking me about Nard, and he was like, I don't have anything to say to y'all about Nard at all. Nothing at all. I remember putting on that very strong persona of, I'm about to show you how loyal I am.
After hours of interrogation, Davina holds steady.
The investigators told her that her cooperation may help her in whatever sentence or whatever prosecution she was facing.
Davina eventually lawyers up, and the interrogation comes to an abrupt end.
I really remember feeling like, what the have I got myself into? So like, all of that starts to flash before your eyes.
Davina is taken to a jail cell. And next up is suspected mastermind Nard Henley. But he too is tight-lipped. It seems the two are hell-bent on going down together. And with only Micah's testimony, they need a little more information to close the book on their power couple.
Police investigators putting together the file. They need more evidence.
Fortunately for detectives, the streets of Detroit will soon start talking, shedding new light on the volatile relationship between Davina and Nard.
She was in that cycle and circle of, I'm trying to get back to where we are when you first loved me. If I can do this, I can make you love me again. Don't leave me.
Getting a phone call. Dang, your girl got arrested, I guess from pimping hoes. It's her and some dude. What? She mentors a lot of people. She ain't pimping hoes. It was super devastating because I know that she is not that person. I was thrown off with her dealing with somebody like Nard.
January 2008. After striking out with the accused ringleaders of an illegal escort service, Davina Branch and Nard Henley, detectives are heading back to the drawing board. They have the testimony of alleged call girl Micah Daniels, but are hoping to acquire more evidence against the power couple.
Micah lets the police know that although Davina is involved, she's only working on behalf of Nard, who is the actual leader.
In hopes of gathering more information to validate Micah's account, detectives start putting out feelers to sources in the streets of Detroit. And it isn't long before a clearer picture of Davina and Nard's relationship begins to emerge.
It seemed like her body, her mind was taken over. He had complete control over her.
According to several sources, Nard initially made most of his money off of drugs. But by the spring of 2007, his business hit a dry spell.
During that time, it was a drought. He bought some dope. It was dope and soap, to stretch the dope. Can't sell dope and soap, So he sold some dope to somebody that came back like, this isn't even what it's supposed to be. So he lost out. And that was his second loss out on as far as during that little drought. So he was just kind of desperate, honestly. He needed to make some money.
Nard was determined to figure out a way to make back the cash he lost.
Now he has to decide, what are we going to do next? I need more money. And he needed to make it quick.
He decides he's going to start pimping
Nard. It's I could do this. You know what I mean? We can get some girls, some more girls. We can do this. It wasn't even a real conversation.
Nard needed a partner in crime. And that partner was Davina.
Nard feels like Davina could help him recruit women.
He realizes, she has a wonderful personality. People are drawn to her. He tells her, look, you will be perfect. I really need your help.
He wanted to make her feel as we can have this empire. He told her that I am the king. Every king needs a great queen.
That put me in a real hard place because I was striving to be a loyal girlfriend. I was striving to be that down girlfriend. I was all right, let's get it.
Before long, Davina became immersed in Nard's new enterprise. Nard acted as the muscle, making sure all the customers paid up. And Davina's job was recruiting the girls.
Davina was the face for the prostitution ring.
She makes these promises. I can make you beautiful. I can make you all this money.
She had this charm about her. She knew how to talk to the girls and kind of convince them that this would be a glamorous life.
And so these young women are drawn to this.
Davina was also in charge of the girls' appearances.
Because I was a cosmetologist. I did their hair, I did their nails, their makeup. And then with us just being friends, if you're with your friends, you're gonna help them build, you're gonna help them be great. You know what I mean? Yeah, that was my role. I was mama.
As time went on, Nard demanded Davina take on more and more of the operation's illicit affairs.
She's the one who sets up these elaborate web pages with photos, descriptions of the young ladies.
She ran the ads on social media. She took the phone calls. She made all the arrangements.
I did everything.
Nard's demands grew so extensive that Davina began neglecting her duties at her legitimate business.
I started being available at the salon this much. It was just all about the escort service.
Nard is also jealous of Davina and what she can do. He wants her to make the money for him. He wants to make sure that there's a way that he can still control her and still make money.
Really played on my vulnerability a lot. And I'm not to sound like this just hardcore ass person, but I really was never really empathetic. And it was because I really didn't allow people to get to that part of me. But he had got to that part of me, so he played on that.
However, as Davina fell deeper and deeper into helping Nard run the escort service, she began to feel a growing guilt.
Davina wanted to protect the girls, saving them only for the high-end jobs.
I did care for them. They confided in me, I confided in them. We were friends. I felt bad. I wanted to help them.
But Nard wasn't having it.
He was jealous of the relationship that the girls and I had. He would always say, like, them bitches not your friend.
Nard started feeling that Davina had more control, like more respect. He wanted that same respect. He wanted to be the kingpin. He wanted to be in control.
He started telling her what she could and could not wear. And Nard constantly reminded Davina that she belonged to him.
Eventually, Nard stopped letting Davina out of his sight.
He wanted to know her every move, where she was going, how long she would be gone, and who she'd be gone with.
Everywhere she went, he went. Listening to all her conversations, she was very distant from her mom. She barely was eating, and she changed, like completely changed. Like I didn't really know her anymore.
It's like he was always around me. Just like that was him monopolizing all of my time.
But little did Davina know, she had only seen a glimpse of the rage inside Nard. A rage that was about to be unleashed.
It was just a complete spiral downward.
The more she tries to fight back, the harder he hits her. He's trying to kill her.
January 2008, Westland, Michigan. 26-year-old Davina Branch and her boyfriend, Nard Henley, have been accused of running an illegal escort service in the suburbs of Detroit. After hearing testimony of alleged call girl Micah Daniels, detectives have been gathering information from various sources to validate Micah's account. Sources tell police that after Nard's drug-dealing business hit a dry spell, he enlisted Davina to help him run the escort service, and he expected her to follow his every demand.
Nard became very controlling, more possessive, more aggressive.
He's controlling her mentally. He's going to let her know I am in charge.
It all came to a head one night after Davina went out and didn't tell Nard. When Davina returned home, Nard was furious.
That really enraged him because he wanted to be in control.
So he like walked up to me all aggressive and I thought he was about to hit me.
Nard wanted to teach Davina a lesson, and things quickly got violent.
It's not just I hit you because I'm mad. I'm hitting you to make a statement. I'm hitting you to control you.
Davina's in a fight for her life. She's struggling. The more she tries to fight back, the harder he hits her. He becomes more volatile.
I felt the blood coming out of my nose immediately. And I felt my face like on fire. The shocking reality that I was one of those girls, like, my mom raised us way better than that. How am I going to explain this to my family? Like, I didn't really know what to feel.
Just as quickly as the beating started, it all stopped.
He immediately went to the most empathetic that I had ever saw him.
He's begging and pleading. I'm sorry, I love you. I won't do this again. It's his way of trying to get back into her heart.
With him showing me this empathetic side, it was like, I could forgive him. Like, I can't even leave him for real because then I'll be a failure at this and I've sacrificed so much. So I was just like, I just shut up about it and just moved on.
But the beatings continued.
She didn't recognize how bad things were going for her because her love for him overshadowed her love for herself.
Each day of this relationship, it grew more toxic than the day before.
Nard's behavior was escalating. Things got worse as time went on.
There were several occasions that he beat her so bad, he almost killed her.
Davina was trapped in a vicious cycle. First the abuse, then the apologies.
Like, baby, I'm so sorry. Let me explain, you know? And he was like empathetic, like, I'm so sorry. Like, I didn't mean to do that. Like, I'm not with that. But he would turn it on and turn it off. It's really like the angel and the devil.
Oftentimes, women believe that there's some hope. They believe that their abuser will make a change. You can't just walk away from that. You can't just say, I don't love you anymore.
It was just like, I could save him too. I could forgive him. He had potential. He had potential to really be a great guy. That is what made me stay.
Eventually, the beatings got so bad that Davina decided she had been through enough.
There was no turning his evilness off when he was on. Like, you ain't know what you was doing. I was just tired of fighting him. I was tired of his controlling ways. I was tired of his abusiveness. I was tired of being in fear.
Davina could finally see the writing on the wall. Nard was just using her to get what he wanted in the end.
She's ready to be out of this relationship.
That evening, Davina packed a bag and tried to summon the strength to leave Nard for good.
Nard is coming back home. He notices she's out there. He doesn't know why she's out there. Why are you outside?
Ultimately, you know, she tells him, I'm leaving. Leonard is furious.
That's when Nard did the unthinkable.
Suddenly, she's screaming, trying to convince him to stop.
Davina Branch loved her boyfriend, Nard Henley, so much she would do anything for him, including risk going to prison. After being accused as her man's second in command in an illicit escort service, she refused to talk to police. But in gathering information from several sources on the streets of Detroit, police are beginning to wonder if Davina was truly a willing participant in Nard's schemes, or if she was just another victim of his domineering nature.
I was tired of his controlling ways. I was tired of his abusiveness.
Sources claim that at one point Davina tried to leave Nard and the business for good, but she didn't make it far.
She goes outside, she's ready to go. Well, Leonard is there.
Nard abruptly puts the pedal to the metal.
He did not pull off slowly like he was in driver's training. He pulled off like he had a Mustang. And when he did stop, he stopped to kill me. Period.
She goes flying to the road and obviously injures herself very badly.
After the incident, Davina felt like she was trapped.
I don't think Davina had any control over that because I think she was literally scared of Nard.
Women like Davina stay with men like Nard because they become afraid to leave.
She knew that he wasn't going to let her go. She knew that she had to find a way out of this relationship.
Eventually, Davina became so desperate to get away from Nard that she considered doing the unthinkable.
She decides it's not gonna be me, it's gonna be him.
I ran out of options, you know? It was just like I dug myself deeper and deeper.
She reached a point where ultimately she felt that the only way to end this is by ending his life. She goes to the bedroom. He's asleep. She grabs his gun.
I just sat on the end of the bed with him, and I just was looking at the gun, looking at him.
She had the gun aimed at Nard. She was ready to take him out.
All she can think is the abuse will end and I could be free. But then there's this moment and she hesitates.
But you know, you sitting there and you like, dang, blood gonna be on me? Am I gonna be on the run? Am I gonna turn myself in?
That's when all hell broke loose.
Nard wakes up and he sees Davina pointing this gun directly at him.
He went crazy. He lost it.
Nard turns into a demon.
He punched me, him on top of me, like just pummeling, like punches, like a madman. Thought he was gonna kill me. I did.
He made sure that this would never happen again.
After the gun incident, Davina was so traumatized that she fell back into line. She continued to run the escort service, no questions asked, until the recent sting operation that resulted in her arrest. Armed with the new information they've gathered, detectives take one more crack at Davina to see if she'll give up Nard. But it's all for naught. She still refuses to cooperate with police.
I was not telling on him. I was not snitching on him. I was not giving them any type of information in regards to Nard, period.
They decided to charge Davina with multiple counts of prostitution and earnings. And there was a prostitution transporting a female charge.
Leonard Henley is also charged with procuring prostitution and transporting a female. As for Micah Daniels, the call girl arrested in the middle of the sting, she is given a slap on the wrist, probation.
Because she's willing to cooperate, they would in turn give her a lesser sentence for her involvement.
With Davina's trial fast approaching, Davina's friends and family can only hope the judge will show her leniency. But will the court see a battered woman standing before them, or a hardened criminal?
They had no clue of what Davina's life was really like.
After I watched this news story, I was distraught, dumbfounded. They must have this wrong. Hearing those words, seeing her picture on that screen. It said she was arrested for prostitution and she was being held on $1 million cash bond. All I could do was cry. Cry. Till I couldn't cry no more.
January 2008, Westland, Michigan. 26-year-old Davina Branch, along with her boyfriend, 24-year-old Leonard Henley, have been charged with running an illegal escort service. But several sources claim that Davina was only acting under Nard's violent mandate.
Everything that Davina did was because Nard told her to.
She was just scared of him. She just lost herself.
I wasn't thinking about what was good and what was right, and just like mind so fogged. Him having an attitude, him, you know what I mean, putting these certain demands on me.
In the days leading up to Davina's sentencing hearing, prosecutors offer her a choice. Take a plea deal and give up Nard for a reduced sentence, or pay the price.
She was facing 22 years in prison.
Davina still refuses to rat on her man. However, all hope is not lost.
The attorney managed to get her down to only 3 years prison time, but she also had to register as a sex offender.
In a million years, I would have never thought that I would have been in jail. There was no possible way. It was never even a thought possibility.
But as Davina sits behind bars, she has a strange feeling of relief.
For her, prison was an escape from hell on earth. She was going through, immense torture with Nard.
Prison was a very good learning experience for me. It was really rough. But when I look at it overall, it saved me. It saved my life.
She got to know herself in there, because you at your low is the low. She had to build herself back up.
As for Leonard Henley, he also takes a plea deal.
Nard pleads guilty and is convicted of prostitution and transporting a female.
Bernard also only gets 3 to 20 years. He gets the benefit of the exact same plea deal.
Today, Davina is out of prison and has changed her life for the better.
When she came out, she was just like a go-getter.
She was back to being her, that dynamic, outstanding, artistic person, bubbling personality.
She has her salon now. She is doing everything that she decided she would do when she was in prison.
Now, Davina's time with Nard is nothing more than a painful shadow of the past. And she hopes by sharing her story, she can help other women before it's too late.
She was this confident young girl, but she allowed him to manipulate her and take away the strength and the power that she had inside of her all along.
Being able to give my story and testimony to other girls, that's the blessing. I just strive to be the best Davina that I could be.
Never let anyone else steer you in the wrong direction. It's not worth it. I'm glad my niece has survived, but she had to learn the hard way.
How did it spiral so far out of control? It's just like the that we do for our man, baby. What we'll do for love, what we'll do for the things that we felt like we needed to make us whole, and even the strongest mother can break. Having positive influences around you are important. Staying in a positive environment is important. So I try to keep those positive things in front of me so I can continue to move forward.
Taking a walk on the wild side can be intoxicating at first and leave you wanting more. But anything intoxicating can also be dangerous. And when you throw your true self out the window, she might come back to haunt you, leaving you to wish you listened to her in the first place. Abuse is never okay. If you or someone you love is in an abusive relationship, there is help available. Call the Domestic Violence Hotline at 1-800-799-SAFE. California beauty Veronica Paz always had a thing for jocks.
Brandon was the star of the football team, and Veronica was the prettiest girl in high school. They seemed like the perfect couple.
But when a rival competitor enters the picture, she must make a deadly choice.
She drove that kid up there for his execution.
There's someone either passed out or dead, and you see blood from the back of his head.
No, no, no! They were a lethal team and would do anything for each other, even kill.
And later, afflicted with cerebral palsy, British-born Donna Slaughter never felt worthy of a man's attention.
Donna needed security and love and to feel like a desirable woman.
So when she meets a man who gives her all of those things, she's willing to do absolutely anything for him.
Jason had him sign the insurance doc, but Donna insured the payout.
She would do anything he wanted her to do, even murder.
Born beautiful, Veronica Paz grows up pampered in sunny Orange County, California, and she loves every minute of it.
She was the only daughter. She had 2 brothers, and she was the princess of the family. And she grew up expecting the same treatment from the rest of the world.
Although the lovely Latina is not one to rest on her laurels, she excels in academics as well, even rising to the top of her class.
Veronica was a very good student. She'd be named Citizen of the Month, and teachers all had great things to say about her.
By the time she's 17, the girl with beauty and brains is admired by everyone around her, especially the boys. They can tell she's something special.
Veronica was a catch. Very popular, and she seemed to really like the attention.
She knows she could have the pick of the guys, but one stands out among the rest, the star running back Brandon Perry. He's a year behind Veronica, but just as popular as the senior.
Brandon was considered a very good athlete, especially in football. Had received some attention from colleges.
He was sort of like Veronica's opposite gender equivalent. He was popular, he was attractive, and he was admired by everyone in the school.
Even though Veronica still enjoys flirting with other boys, she and Brandon quickly become an item. Though after a year, the allure of dating a high school star suddenly loses its appeal when she graduates and starts working in the real world.
She was a checker at a supermarket, and she was a teacher's aide. Veronica had a couple jobs to help the family financially.
While she juggles between Brandon and her work responsibilities, her boyfriend's grades start to plummet, hurting his chances at stardom.
He just seemed to kind of lose interest in school, and then his senior year, he was ineligible for sports, even though he was the star of the football team.
So he decided to drop out of high school, and now he really wasn't doing anything with his life.
Veronica's not pleased with Brandon's lack of ambition, and for the next few years, the two struggle with the typical ups and downs of young love.
He was at home playing video games pretty often, and oftentimes calling Veronica to see what she was doing.
When we're looking at adolescent relationships, sometimes they can be very intense.
You didn't tell me you were going to work today?
Yeah, I told you I was picking up a shift.
Veronica did seem to have a genuine love for Brandon, but she was young, and so she wanted to see what else was out there.
3 years after high school, the couple is still holding on tight to their love when Veronica lays eyes on 17-year-old Diego Gonzalez Sanchez, the new bagger at her job.
Diego was living with his family, going to a local high school. He was in his senior year. He was the captain of the wrestling team.
She can't help but notice his good looks and natural prowess.
Diego was a star athlete, just like Brandon. And Veronica saw her opportunity to go back to dating the star athlete once again. So she told herself, I really want this guy.
And Diego's not complaining.
Diego was very interested in pursuing Veronica and hooking up with her, like any 17-year-old boy would be if he's being flirted with a 21-year-old woman.
But Veronica's actions are about to provoke a vicious war, one that will destroy multiple lives and end with a brutal murder.
They teamed up to take care of their problem.
Those two together were a deadly mix.
In Orange County, California, 21-year-old Veronica Paz finds herself attracted to her new co-worker, high school senior Diego Gonzalez Sanchez.
Diego got a job at the same supermarket where Veronica was working. He was a bag boy. She was a clerk.
Veronica doesn't care that he's only 17 or that she's on again with her 20-year-old boyfriend, Brandon Perry. She uses all of her best moves to play the younger Diego.
She was very flirtatious. She knew that she was beautiful, and she knew that she could get him.
A couple of weeks later, her charms do the trick, and the two drive to a secluded spot together after work. They soon find themselves steaming up the back seat.
They started to have mad, passionate sex with one another.
Jumping into a sexual relationship is really not a good idea, especially if you're young, because one person may be enamored with the sex and you end up having that very unbalanced relationship. One in it for sex, one in it for the real thing.
After that, the couple's road trips become routine. But they're careful to keep their affair on the down low.
Veronica was still dating Brandon, and she really still cared for Brandon, but Diego just had more to offer.
But when she hints at being exclusive, the teenager casually brushes her off.
From Diego's standpoint, this was a sexual thing, so he wasn't looking at Veronica that way.
This is new territory for Veronica because she's never been turned down before. And so she perhaps now wants a thing that she can't have. So now she tried much, much harder to get Diego.
As discreet as they try to be, it doesn't take long for word to get back to her boyfriend that Veronica's seeing someone on the side. Brandon immediately confronts her about Diego, but she flat out denies the relationship, and he believes her.
She says, oh, him, that boy's always bugging me. He's always chasing me. I don't like him. I don't want anything to do with him.
Brandon vows that if he ever runs into Diego on the street, he will make him pay for trying to put the moves on his girl.
Here, Veronica is rejected by Diego, but she's got a go-to guy, which is Brandon. And now Brandon is showing all of this jealousy, so now in her mind, he's showing me the attention that I can't get from Diego. But I still want Diego too.
A few months later, while continuing to date Brandon and enjoying her secret trysts with Diego, Veronica pushes the high school wrestler for more. When he refuses a second time, her blood begins to boil.
Not only was she humiliated by this young guy, but it made her really, really angry because she realized that she was just being used for her body.
That summer, Veronica's two worlds collide when she and Diego find themselves at the same party, and then her boyfriend shows up. When he sees his girl with the man he thinks is cutting in on his territory, he becomes enraged.
He wanted to defend his girl's honor, so quickly there was a confrontation between Diego and Brandon.
Veronica silently watches as the two men in her life face off and something clicks.
What's up, man? What's up? In her mind, Veronica really saw Brandon as being her knight in shining armor, rescuing her from the guy who rejected her.
But the star wrestler isn't backing down to the football has-been.
Which pushed Brandon's buttons even more, and there seemed to be some type of a macho standoff between those two.
It got really ugly, and then all of a sudden, one of Diego's friends pulled out a gun.
Man, you good? Oh, what's up now? Okay.
Not wanting to take any chances, Brandon yields.
Yeah, back up. That's how it is?
He grabs Veronica and the two take off. Fueled by rage and disgrace, the high school sweethearts decide Diego's days are numbered.
So done. I swear it's so
Veronica, as well as Brandon, were completely humiliated by Diego. They decided together they're gonna get rid of this problem.
Brandon now feels like, wait a minute, you dissed me in front of my woman? You know, I'm gonna get revenge. Veronica is thinking, wait a minute, you dissed both of us? Well, I want revenge too. Their combined humiliation turned them into a lethal weapon.
So the young couple comes up with a flawless plan to kill the teenage jock. A few weeks later, Brandon gets a gun, but tells Veronica that she needs to buy the ammunition since he's still a few months shy of 21. She does. Now all they need to do is figure out a way to get Diego alone without raising suspicion.
The stage was always set for it to happen. It just went to when's it gonna happen?
1 month later, around 11 p.m., the opportunity presents itself when Veronica gets a call from the man of the hour, suggesting they go for one of their usual rides.
Bad timing for Diego to have called her because Brandon was there.
Brandon said, okay, that's it. Arrange to meet him, and we'll take care of him.
She's gonna do whatever Brandon asks her because she realizes he's not bluffing. He wants revenge against Diego, and she's gonna help him in every way to do that.
How about I pick you up?
Veronica tells Diego she'll come get him and heads out to set the plan in motion.
Diego tells his family he's going to meet Veronica and leaves the house. Veronica picks him up near his residence.
The teenager is clueless as to the horror that awaits him. As Veronica drives to a secluded spot, she knows she can easily back out of the plan, but instead she never gives her lover a heads up.
She could have told Brandon I couldn't find him. He never made it to the corner where I told him to meet me.
When they part, she lures Diego into the back seat where the two start kissing. It's so hot and heavy that he doesn't hear a car pull up.
Veronica and Diego were really making out, and then all of a sudden, there was a tap at the window.
And later, in Georgia, Donna Slaughter will sacrifice everything so she can hold on to the only love she's ever known.
Even though it was tainted and twisted, she was willing to do anything for him.
I'll see you
Before picking up Diego, Veronica bought a box of condoms, preparing herself for a little action before Diego's demise.
Maybe she wasn't really through with Diego as yet, or maybe she just thought that Brandon wasn't going to go through with the murder. So she wanted to make sure that she could have a good time just in case.
Veronica Paz lures 17-year-old Diego Gonzalez to an isolated lover's lane in Orange County, California for sex. When her boyfriend Brandon Perry shows up, hell-bent on getting revenge after being humiliated by the teenager.
He pulls Diego out of the backseat at gunpoint.
Veronica jumps out of the car and stands by her boyfriend as he confronts the man who embarrassed them both.
Brandon and Veronica are standing side by side. Diego in front of him.
Come on, man, just put it down.
Diego took one step forward, and at that moment, Brandon shot Diego in the head.
To be sure he's dead, Brandon shoots him in the head again.
If the first shot to the forehead didn't kill him, the second shot certainly did.
In that moment, emotions were flying high. This was going to be the culmination of their revenge and the humiliation that they went through, and she just wasn't gonna stop at this point.
Before anyone spots them, the duo tries to get rid of the body, but their idea has a flaw.
They tried to actually burn Diego's body with diesel fuel. That didn't really do the job because diesel fuel isn't as flammable as petroleum, regular gasoline. Although the body burned a little, it didn't get rid of the evidence.
In a panic, the pair take off and call a couple of their pals to be their alibis.
They got their friends to agree to say that they were at their houses during the murder.
Veronica and Brandon go to sleep in their respective parents' houses, believing their secret is safe.
I would have to think they were in some sort of emotional shock. And the way that they could deal with that situation is not to think about their heinous acts, but more than anything else, how it brought the two of them together. They were now as thick as thieves.
The next morning at 8 a.m., two young men come across Diego's partially charred remains.
Hi, this is Orange County Fire. Can I help you?
Yeah, I'm in Orange Park Acres, and there's someone either passed out or dead. And
Okay, and what are you seeing?
there's a guy lying in the driveway, and you can see that there's blood from the back of his head.
As investigators reach out to Diego's family, they're horrified to learn of his violent death.
They were devastated, couldn't believe that their child, who had such a bright future and so much potential, was murdered.
And it doesn't take long before the name Veronica Paz pops up in the investigation.
Diego's brother informed police that he knew that Diego was meeting up with Veronica that night.
But police are really interested in what a friend of Diego tells them about Veronica's boyfriend, Brandon Perry.
They learned that there was a love triangle going on. That Diego and Veronica went to a party together. Brandon showed up and he confronted Diego.
Investigators immediately track the high school dropout down at his home, and he volunteers to come in for questioning. But that's where any cooperation ends.
When I asked him, are you aware of a person by the name of Diego Gonzalez? No, I'm not, which I knew was not the truth.
Sensing they're on the right track, detectives bluff and tell him they have his cell phone records and can tell exactly where he was when Diego was killed. And they're careful not to mention the location of the crime scene itself. They don't have to.
He bites on it and puts himself right in the area where the body's found.
I was driving around that neighborhood anyways.
Brandon incriminated himself by stating that he was driving around near the crime scene.
Realizing he's in over his head, Brandon refuses to say another word, but it's too late. Investigators charge him with first-degree murder. Next, police bring in Veronica, and over the next several hours, she flat out denies meeting Diego the night he was killed.
At no time did you say that you would meet with Diego.
No way. I told him that, I really don't want to deal with any drama. Damn. He's just, just trouble, and I don't want to deal with him at all.
She sticks to their concocted story and says she was at her friend's house all night.
She used her alibi and stuck to it. And also, she stuck by Brandon and stated that he didn't have anything to do with the crime.
Well, I'm asking you. Are you trying to cover up something else? Because Brandon actually is being pretty honest.
Fearing what he might be saying about her role in Diego's demise, Veronica turns on her man.
Whatever love that Veronica had for Brandon, at this point, it was about self-preservation, and therefore that love went out the window.
She says she wants to tell me the truth. I ask her what that is, and she says to me that Brandon shot Diego.
Through tears, Veronica admits that she lured Diego to his death, but had no idea Brandon was going to kill him.
She said, oh, I only thought he was going to beat him up.
After talking with her friends, police are way ahead of her and don't buy it.
She was aware that Brandon had a gun. She bought the ammunition for that gun. When she told me, she had no idea the end result was going to be Brandon shooting Diego. I can't believe that.
48 hours after Diego is shot in cold blood, Veronica Paz is arrested for first-degree murder and lying in wait. With the overwhelming amount of evidence against Brandon, he agrees to make a deal. His days of backing Veronica are over.
Brandon was facing life without the possibility of parole. When he found out that Veronica had thrown him under the bus, he agreed to a plea deal where he would get life with the possibility of parole and would testify against Veronica.
4 months later, Veronica Paz goes to trial and is convicted of first-degree murder. But in 2008, her conviction is overturned on appeal because of faulty jury instruction.
And she decided to plead to second-degree murder.
She is sentenced to 15 years to life. Veronica now has plenty of time to think about how she went from a popular young woman with a future to an accomplice to murder.
Without Veronica's role, I don't believe Diego would have been killed. Brandon pulled the trigger, but Veronica got him up there. I'm sure every day they may be remorseful of, why did I do it?
When Veronica was humiliated by Diego, she didn't realize really the intensity of the hate she started feeling for him. And of course, having her go-to guy, Brandon, in many ways enabled that hate. She had someone who actually now made her feel better and emboldened her to go along with this murderous plot.
Veronica Paz was swept up in her boyfriend's deadly plan to prove that three's a crowd. Donna Slaughter's devotion to her man will lead her down a similar path. England native Donna Brimble has always struggled to fit in because of a developmental disorder.
Donna's got cerebral palsy, and she walks with a real strong gait. She has trouble keeping her balance without the use of a cane.
Cerebral palsy is a neurological issue where people have abnormal brain development, and it causes a lack of coordination of muscles and movement.
With a strong support system behind her, Donna does the best she can to live life to the fullest. But she wants more.
Her family wasn't wealthy. However, they were able to make certain that Donna had any and all of the things that she needed. But she wanted to be like anybody else. She wanted to have a normal life. She wanted to love.
By the time she's 30, she can no longer ignore her needs. With few friends and no romantic relationships, she gives online dating a try to find that special someone.
This is the way for her to open up her life and her world to other people because she wasn't going to have that opportunity at home.
And it's not long before a 23-year-old American man from Delaware named Jason Slaughter contacts her, and she's immediately taken in by his charms.
They talked with each other, and they even exchanged pictures. Jason knew all the right things to say.
Donna was starving for attention, and no one ever talked to her in that way before. Therefore, it was something that was gratifying to her.
The pair talk daily, and Donna reluctantly admits she doesn't work because of her cerebral palsy. But Jason doesn't seem to mind. In fact, he wants to come clean about his own past and have no secrets between them.
I have something to tell you as well.
Jason told Donna that he was bisexual, but he told her, this is no longer who I am. Because of you, I want to be with you. I'm in love with you. So that's making her feel even better as a woman.
But what she doesn't know is that her new love has more than one secret. He's actually an ex-con with a criminal record who lives off of his petty scams.
Jason would take out renter's insurance and later, after a month or two, vandalize the apartment, write hate messages all over the building, and file claims with insurance companies. Jason was a con man and a master manipulator.
After a few months of chatting back and forth, Jason insists they meet in person, and Donna jumps at the chance.
When you already have a physical limitation, you feel like nobody wants you, nobody will love you. This may be my only chance at true love. So let me grab it and hold on to it for dear life. She decided she was going to leave the UK, come to the United States.
She met Jason in Delaware, and he was everything she thought he would be, especially in her fantasy world. And they got along just great, so in her mind, it was the perfect union.
And now that Donna's found a man, she's willing to do his bidding and destroy anyone who comes between them.
Let's go.
She was completely devoted to him.
She's going to go through the fire for and with her man.
After meeting the love of her life online, Briton Donna Brimble can't believe her luck when she finally lays eyes on Jason Slaughter in person in Delaware. And he's everything she had hoped for.
There had not been boyfriends in the past, and nor was she ever really in a relationship with anyone else.
Donna had cerebral palsy. She was frail. She walked with a cane. And here comes Jason. He's sexy. He's good looking. He's telling her, I will love you. I will be with you, despite your physical limitations.
After making love for the first time ever, Donna is on cloud 9 and even more committed to him.
I believe she fell hard and completely, unconditionally in love with Jason Slaughter.
In healthier relationships, we see that it's not just about the sex, but it's about emotional intimacy. So this is everything that Donna wanted, and therefore, for her, that was the optimal relationship, emotionally and sexually, and having both together.
I have a surprise for you.
So when Jason asks her to marry him after only a few days, she accepts without hesitation.
Out of all the women in the world, he wanted her. He loved her. But I think for him, she represented someone who was a means to an end.
Just months later, the couple marry at a Delaware courthouse, and Donna never sets foot in the UK again. All she cares about is being Mrs. Slaughter.
She lost contact with her family, all of her support. She was all in with her relationship with Jason.
To start their new life together, Jason rents them a quaint little house in Mauch, Georgia, just a couple hours south of Atlanta. With a population of 1,600, they have all the privacy they need as newlyweds.
You're not gonna have the nosy neighbors. The next person maybe 5-10 acres away.
As the two settle in, Donna's joy is only matched by her love for Jason.
I'm sure it was going really well. You know, you're a new couple, newlyweds. I'm sure they were incredibly happy for a while.
Although within a few months, it becomes clear that without a steady income, they're going to sink deeper into debt.
Jason's not working, but he has some savings from previous jobs, maybe some previous scams, some other things. He has a savings account built up. That's starting to dwindle down.
And Donna can't help but notice Jason spending more and more time online. But she has no idea he's suddenly searching the internet looking for someone who might be able to pitch in and doesn't let gender stand in the way.
So he was initiating new relationships with other people.
And when he comes across the dating profile of a 21-year-old man named Michael Hagel, he can tell right away the young man is in need of some TLC and decides to reach out to him.
Michael is somebody who lives in St. Louis, but his family is not a fan of the homosexual lifestyle.
Not only is he lonely, but just like Donna, Michael has a disability that makes him insecure.
One of his legs was longer than the other, had surgery with a hip implant, and he was getting a disability.
They corresponded back and forth, and they became friends.
Jason was a troll. He knew how to pick the right people who are vulnerable emotionally, physically, and sexually, and those were the people he targeted on.
Believing her husband can do no wrong, Donna turns a blind eye to Jason's new friend, even when he visits him in Missouri.
Whether there was intentional ignorance on Donna's part, we don't know.
After just a few months, Jason tells Michael he's in love with him and asks his new boyfriend to move in with him in Georgia. Michael, believing he's met someone special, jumps at the chance for true love, just like Donna did before him.
Michael had detached himself on his own volition from his family. And so he was more than willing to take Jason as a person who he would welcome the affection and the love from.
That spring, Michael packs his bags and makes the 700-mile trek from St. Louis, Missouri to Mock, Georgia. Jason tells his wife he's invited Michael to be their roommate to help with their bills, and she couldn't be more thrilled.
Wow, looks great.
Jason was quick to explain it away. He's financial income. He's a supplement to their income. So it didn't raise any red flags for her.
But when Michael gets there, he's shocked to find that Jason doesn't live alone, but instead is married to a woman.
Jason is telling him, oh, you know, Donna is just here because she wants to have her citizenship. There's nothing going on with us.
But to be sure Donna's feelings don't get hurt, he asks Michael to keep their romantic relationship a secret, and he agrees.
Okay, all right, yeah, all right.
Jason is just dealing spin. He's got both of them wrapped around his finger, neither one knowing about the other.
The three form an unconventional family, with Jason at the helm, and no one disputes it.
Donna and Michael basically came under Jason's wing because he was a master manipulator. But more than anything else, he isolated them from their families, whereas now he became the only one, the alpha.
But within a few months, Donna notices the two men in her life spending a lot more time together without her.
Donna kind of gets hips to the fact that a lot of the times it's kind of Jason and Michael over here together and they're leaving me out.
And that had to gnaw at her and had to destroy the feeling that she was the only one who Jason cared about.
In an effort to soothe his wife's insecurity, Jason tells her he's going to take out an insurance policy on himself and Michael, so she'll be taken care of if anything happens to them.
Michael Hagel's policy made Jason the beneficiary of $500,000, whereas the policy that was on Jason's life made Michael the beneficiary of only $25,000. So you can see what was going on there.
Once the documents are signed, Jason tells Donna what he really has in mind.
Take him out, and then we collect the money.
And with her help, not only will they not have to worry about money for quite a while, but it will be just the two of them together forever.
Jason simply tells Donna, I want you to shoot him in the back of the head. Will you do that for me, honey?
In Mock, Georgia, Donna's husband, Jason Slaughter, takes out a life insurance policy on his male lover, Michael Hagel, and asks his devoted wife to kill him.
In her mind, this was a way to get rid of a rival. This was her way just to be alone with Jason. She was enamored, she was in love with him, she would have done anything just to be with him.
So it doesn't really take much to convince Donna to go along with his scheme. She's thrilled to be back in her man's spotlight.
Donna thought that Michael was a threat. There was also a need for money. And she was so much in love, I guess, with Jason that she would do anything for him.
She has no idea that what she's agreed to do will cost her everything.
Donna was willing to do whatever she needed to do for him, even murder.
The next afternoon, Donna quietly loads one of her husband's guns and conceals it in the perfect place.
She hid it in the laundry basket because she was pretending to be doing laundry. She snuck behind Michael while he and Jason were playing video games.
Donna looks over at Jason and takes a deep breath. She knows she can't turn back now.
She pulled the gun out, pointed it in the base of his head, and shot him.
Michael is killed instantly.
Come on, come on.
Without hesitating, the two roll his body into a large plastic bin to avoid any more unnecessary blood on the floor, just like they had prearranged. Then, as Jason's done in his past rental insurance scams, they write racial and sexual epithets on Michael's skin using a bold black marker, hoping it will throw off police.
They ended up putting KKK, hell, and gay verbiage on his body to make it seem like a hate crime.
To seal the deal, they beat him in his arms and legs.
The body was hit with a hammer, maybe like he was in a brawl or a fight.
She was under his spell. So by getting rid of Michael, she was proving to Jason that she was worthy of his love.
The two anxiously wait until nightfall and then load the plastic container with Michael's body into the back of their red truck. They drive 30 miles away until they find the perfect spot to dump him.
It was a rural road out in the middle of nowhere. Michael's body was just laid on the side of the road, like a piece of garbage that was thrown from a car.
On their way back home, husband and wife throw any evidence, including the gun, into a trash dump site along the way.
They come back to the house and bleach it completely.
All that's left to do is wait for Michael's body to be found so they can cash in on the $500,000 life insurance policy.
We're all individuals. We're human beings. Michael was a human being who did not deserve this.
Early the next morning, Michael's body is spotted by a passing school bus.
Some of the children noticed something that was strange. When the bus driver realized what it might be, he called the police.
The Marion County Sheriff's Office responds, and deputies can tell right away that the victim was murdered somewhere else and dumped there.
There was no scuffle. There was no indication of any blood that was there.
There was no identification on the body, so police didn't know who he was.
The only clue they have is a witness who saw a red truck leaving the scene the night before. The police go to the press a few days later about a John Doe whose body has been discovered. Jason sees the announcement on the news and realizes Michael's ID must have fallen out somewhere.
They had to let the authorities know that this was indeed Michael. Otherwise, part of their whole plan would be messed up.
They wouldn't get the money, so it forced them to.
6 days after Michael's body is discovered, Jason decides to risk it and contacts the authorities.
Jason called us and told us this might be a roommate of theirs who was missing.
The master con man is prepared with a story to explain why he hadn't called the police sooner.
Honestly, I think he might be a male prostitute or something.
Jason painted Michael as a male prostitute, so for him to be gone for several days, they didn't think anything of it.
Hoping to find out who killed Michael, police ask Jason if they can come to the house and search his roommate's room, and he agrees. But what investigators find will quickly break the case wide open and show just how devoted a wife can be to her husband.
There were just red flags and whistles and sirens going off.
Nothing was going to stop her from protecting her man.
Jason Slaughter is currently being tried for the murder of a Delaware man, Christopher Masters, who was killed under similar circumstances as Michael Hagel.
In that situation, Jason was the beneficiary of a $250,000 policy from that same insurance company.
After killing their roommate, Michael Hagel, to collect $500,000 in life insurance, Donna and Jason Slaughter agree to let police into their home in Mock, Georgia, so they don't seem suspicious. But as the front door opens, investigators have a feeling they're face to face with Michael's killers.
When they went into the house, they were hit with an odor of bleach. bleach everywhere. And they could tell somebody is doing some serious cleaning up here.
Take a look around.
And further searching has police looking directly at Jason when they uncover that he's been lying about his relationship with Michael all along.
During the search of the room, we see that Michael had love letters, had notes and drawings that depicted his love for Jason.
Something he neglected to mention.
So there's another red flag. And why didn't Jason tell police that there was this relationship? And just all of the story just started unraveling.
While Jason and Donna sit back silently, investigators are disappointed when they find no blood or a murder weapon. But they do find something just as good: motive.
They discovered an insurance policy. And they looked up the policy, and the policy was for $500,000 with Jason Slaughter being the beneficiary.
But the final nail is an eyewitness who saw a red truck matching theirs at the dump site. Husband and wife are both taken into custody for the murder of Michael Hagel. Once she's alone with investigators, Donna doesn't take long to crack. She quickly confesses to killing the young man while Jason was sleeping.
So Donna just immediately said she did it. And she claimed that in a jealous rage, she shot Michael.
I definitely shot him.
You need to believe me, I shot him. And this is exactly where I shot him. And she pointed to where she said she shot him.
But she never once implicates Jason in the murder.
Donna was totally devoted to her husband, Jason. Therefore, it's not surprising at all that she took the full rap for this. She wouldn't give Jason up, because in her life, without Jason, she was nothing.
Although police can't help being skeptical, especially when Donna claims that she got rid of Michael's body all by herself.
Donna said that I did everything, and that didn't fly with the investigation.
When you look at her, you know she could have never dumped that body by herself.
It just didn't add up. But this woman loved Jason so much. Here again, she's still willing to go to bat for him.
It's just what Jason had planned all along. So when police question him, he doesn't hesitate to turn on his wife.
Jason denied involvement in everything. He put it all on her and said, oh, she did this. I wasn't involved at all.
But police don't buy it. And neither does the jury. 2 years after Michael Hagel is murdered, Jason and Donna Slaughter are both tried and convicted of murder, aggravated assault, concealing the death of another, tampering with evidence, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime. They are each sentenced to life plus 15 years. Through it all, Donna stands by her man.
We offered to allow her to move to set aside her conviction and testify for the state, and then allow her to plead possibly to manslaughter. She would not bite, but she would not roll on Jason.
She didn't help herself and her own case. She was committed to going down the same path that her husband went down. That's how much she loved him.
This was truly a very symbiotic relationship of someone who wanted to be completely controlling and a person who felt that being controlled gave her some self-worth. And she was willing to pay the price for that kind of a love.
"20-year-old Deborah Brown breaks out of her shell when she meets a smooth-talking charmer on the streets of Waukegan, Illinois.
She was hoping to be loved and willing to make such a huge sacrifice for that.
But when her man's twisted perversions send him running from police, Deborah willingly tags along and helps bring his monstrous fantasies to life.
The horror and the trail of terror that they left behind left a cloud over communities.
Alton and Deborah were as evil as any couple could be.
And later, in Wilmington, Delaware, 17-year-old Shakira Wanham thinks her days of being used and abused are over when she meets handsome bachelor Stephen Martin.
He would treat her like a queen. She wanted it to last.
Only to find herself pulled into a world more dangerous than she could ever imagine.
He got her high and put a gun in her purse, and he said, "I need money."
She closed her eyes, and next thing you know, the gun was going off because she wanted to hold on to him.
Growing up in the quiet suburbs of Waukegan, Illinois, young Deborah Brown certainly didn't seem marked for notoriety.
What we know about Deborah is that she was a very shy young woman growing up. Her mom characterized her as a good girl.
2 years removed from high school, the sweet and unassuming Deborah still lives at home, along with her 10 siblings.
This was a very young woman who came from a very large family, a lot of kids. And when you have so many siblings, it's just so easy to get lost in the sauce.
But Deborah's humdrum world is spun upside down one fall day when she meets neighborhood ladies' man, Alton Coleman.
Alton Coleman was charming. He was very easy to talk to. He could carry on a conversation, and people just trusted him.
Deborah is instantly taken with Alton's charismatic personality. The self-described professional poker player seems to hypnotize her.
I think she's like any other young woman who meets a young man and who sees in him what she thinks that she's been wanting all her life.
Romance quickly blossoms between the two, and after a few weeks of dating, Alton asks Deborah to live with him in the house he shares with his grandmother. But Alton's offer comes with an interesting string attached, a job in the home that keeps her removed from the outside world.
She was paid $25 a month to basically be a nurse's aide to Alton's grandmother.
A place in Alton's life is worth its weight in gold.
She would cook, clean, and do chores around the house.
It gave her a sense of belonging, and I think that's why Deborah helped him.
This is probably the first person that she felt actually needed her.
For the next few months, Deborah lives a charmed life under Alton's spell. Until one day when Alton receives a court summons and reveals to Deborah a shocking secret.
Alton, hey, baby, what is this?
He was awaiting trial on a sexual assault of a 14-year-old girl.
There were 6 different sexual violent offenses on record that Alton was engaged in prior to her meeting him.
Don't worry about it, we good.
It was well known in the neighborhood that Alton grew up that his mother was a prostitute, and she would often engage in sex with her Johns in front of this young boy.
Despite Alton's predatory past, Deborah dutifully stands by her man when he asks her to accompany him to court the following week.
Deborah knew that he was going to court on a rape charge. It would be the normal thing to do if the man that you loved had committed rapes of very young girls, that you would leave. But in Deborah's case, she did not.
The night before his scheduled court appearance, Alton is nowhere to be found. And when Alton finally shows up the next morning,
He told her he had done something wrong that night.
She asked him what it was, and he wouldn't tell her.
after dropping the subject, an hour later, Deborah stands by Alton as he makes a pre-trial plea of not guilty to the rape charge.
It definitely was not enough to make her walk away.
Alton returns home with Deborah only to vanish once again. Left to care for his grandmother, Deborah gets a surprise visit. Law enforcement are looking for Alton Coleman, their prime suspect in the disappearance of 9-year-old Vernita Wheat. 6 weeks earlier, Alton had befriended the young girl's mother, Adrienne, in nearby Kenosha.
He was riding a bicycle through the alley. He smiled at her, they struck up a conversation, and over the next month, he would come from Waukegan to Kenosha to visit her.
It appears that having a home life with Deborah hasn't stopped Alton from playing the field.
Vernita's mother was single. He was helpful, he ran errands for him, and he was just generally being nice to her and Vernita.
He used an alias and gained her trust by starting to date her. She believed that it was okay for Vernita to be with him and felt safe with that.
Then, 6 weeks later, on the night before his court date, Alton asked Adrian if he could take little Vernita out for some fun. She had no idea he had a history of sexual violence against children.
She gave Alton permission to take Vernita to a carnival, and she never came home.
Less than 24 hours after Vernita is reported missing, her mother goes to the police station in Waukegan to look at photos of known sex offenders. She immediately picks out Alton's mugshot from the lineup.
I think we all feared that she had been killed.
Later that morning, investigators show up at Deborah's door.
She provided us a statement that Alton had told her he had done something wrong.
She was candid, and she openly talked about it.
Believing they've gotten all they can from Deborah, the authorities leave, with the promise of returning to talk to her more at a later date. But law enforcement will never get that chance, because Alton will soon return to pick up something valuable he left behind. Deborah.
A woman with her wits about her would say, oh my goodness, there's something wrong here, and leave. But in her case, she still hoped that she would have a happy life with him.
As she follows Alton in what she hopes will be a path to a new life together, Deborah will prove the lengths that she's willing to go for her man.
There's no way that she could imagine what he was capable of and what she was capable of.
50 miles north of Chicago, in the town of Waukegan, Illinois, 20-year-old Deborah Brown has stood by her man of 10 months, 28-year-old sexual predator, Alton Coleman.
When he met Deborah, he was waiting trial on a sexual assault of a 14-year-old girl.
There was something in Alton that she connected with that made her decide that it was worth being with him.
But after being named the prime suspect in the disappearance of 9-year-old Vernita Wheat, Alton goes on the run. Less than 48 hours after taking off, Alton calls Deborah.
Hey, babe.
He has stolen a car and is about to leave town. And he wants Deborah to go with him.
Alton was able to convince Deborah that he needed her to get away from the police. I think it was easier for Alton to escape capture by having a female with him.
She compartmentalizes his very dangerous character so that she can continue to love him and be with him.
The two hit the road and head south, trying to keep one step ahead of the law.
She had not traveled much or been out of her local area. But as long as she had him, I think she was okay with being in a new place.
But law enforcement is hot on their trail.
This became a nationwide manhunt, even to the point that the FBI placed Alton on a special most wanted list.
After a week on the run, the fugitive couple abandons their stolen vehicle in Gary, Indiana, 72 miles south of Waukegan. But they can't outrun Alton's twisted compulsion when he sees two little girls walking alone.
Alton asked Deborah to help him do something wrong. And then he told her to tell the little girls that she had some clothes for them.
Having Deborah approach them first reduced the level of suspicion for the girls.
Deborah approaches 7-year-old Tamika and 9-year-old Annie.
Deborah said to the little girls, I have some clothes for you. Would you like them? And they said yes. And so then they walked a little ways toward a park. And then all of a sudden, Alton grabbed the one little girl, tore her clothes off, and told Deborah to hold the other little girl.
Deborah follows her man's orders.
With the fabric from the shirt, they created ties so that they can gag the girls and tie the girls up.
Alton and Deborah forced the girls to perform unspeakable acts on them before savagely assaulting the 9-year-old Annie.
Alton raped Annie, strangled her, and left her there. And then he asked Deborah to hold the feet of the little girl. Then he strangled her too. And then they just walked away.
After eagerly obeying her man's every command, Deborah has crossed an unforgivable line. She has become a sexual predator and child killer.
The fact that Deborah helped hold their legs down while he did this says to me that at this point she had completely bought into him. Alton was not holding a gun to Deborah's head.
It is a true partnership. And now, finally, she can say she is a special person. She stands out. And she is an equal to this man who she really loves.
Miraculously, Annie survives the brutal assault and is found by a passerby later that day. She directs him to 7-year-old Tamika's body. By now, every law enforcement agency in Indiana is aware of the fugitive couple. When authorities show Annie their photos, she is able to identify Alton from his mugshot. Meanwhile, Deborah and Alton are desperate to stay one step ahead of the law.
They were on the run, and they needed money, they needed transportation.
One day after their attack on the little girls, Deborah and Alton are still in Gary, looking for a vehicle to steal to get them out of the city. That's when they spot 25-year-old Donna Williams by her car.
The thing is, my man...
Alton and Deborah befriended Donna under the guise of wanting to be closer to God, and they used Donna's faith to lure her.
Excited to have made new friends, Donna offers Deborah and Alton a ride to a church function. Once in the car, Alton and Deborah strike. Deborah takes control of the wheel, allowing Alton to ruthlessly force himself on Donna.
Hurry up! The longer this killing spree goes on, the more invincible Deborah and Alton are feeling. And as part of that, the more addicted they are to this very horrific behavior.
After Alton rapes her, he wraps his hands around Donna's neck and watches as the life is suffocated out of her.
The ability to be even more gruesome and violent translates into excitement. It translates into kind of getting off on what she was doing.
As they make their way out of town in Donna's car, the pair dump her lifeless body near an abandoned building. Despite the nationwide manhunt, Deborah and Alton managed to stay under the radar and travel undetected for the next 40 days.
They stole many, many cars along the way. They would always take the license plate off before they abandoned them. So it'd take a while for the police to trace them.
The longer the two are on the loose, the bigger the body count.
I think after they had killed several people that they were enjoying the Bonnie and Clyde type murder spree that they were going on.
For Deborah and Alton, getting involved in these grisly murders and rapes became sort of like the new normal for them. They needed to step up the game in order to feel that satisfaction and pleasure. They needed more of that thrill killing in order to really feel good.
Later that summer in Kenosha, Wisconsin, the devastating fate of 9-year-old Vernita Wheat finally comes to light.
Vernita Wheat's body was discovered in the abandoned building about 3 weeks after we last knew of Alton and Deborah Brown's location.
And in her pocket was the torn ticket for the carnival, identifying it back to the carnival she had attended.
The cause of death was strangulation.
When you have to handle the crime scene of a young child is probably the worst thing you could ever do as a police officer.
Investigators find Alton's fingerprints on items near Vernita's body. But as evil as Alton was on his own, authorities know now he's even more dangerous with his willing accomplice at his side.
I have to believe that at that time, Deborah was actually enjoying what was happening.
Deborah Brown could have gotten away at any time she wanted to.
But instead, she joins Alton as they ride through a peaceful suburb in Ohio where their savagery sees no bounds.
It was really unimaginable, the level of horror that the two of them were able to inflict.
And later in Wilmington, Delaware, 17-year-old Shakira Wanham puts herself in a deadly situation for the love of an older man.
Shakira's intentions was to rob someone. She didn't mean to shoot someone. Shooting a gun was the last thing Shakira ever dreamed of doing.
She was afraid that something would happen to her or her family if she did not do what she was told to do.
Deborah Brown and Alton Coleman are on a rape and murder spree across the Midwest. As eyewitness accounts and mounting evidence put to rest any illusion that Deborah is anything but a willing participant.
Prior to meeting Alton, you see no signal or no indication of any behavior anywhere close to what you see Deborah performing at this point. She was all in, no question about it.
Alton has all of his perverse, murderous, and sexual needs met, while Deborah is able to fill a very special role.
After almost 7 weeks on the run, Deborah and Alton find themselves low on funds as they prowl through a suburb in Ohio when they see a for sale sign for a camper. The owners, 50-year-old Harry Walters, and his wife, 45-year-old Marlene, welcome Deborah and Alton inside.
When they stepped inside the home, the Walters were pretty excited for having a potential buyer. I'm sure they were very hospitable.
Alton and Deborah prepare to pounce.
That's very cool. We actually...
Alton asked him about a candlestick holder that was next to the fireplace. Apparently it was relatively unique. Alton crashed it over Harry's head and hit him several times, knocked him out.
As Alton continues to unleash his rage on Harry, Deborah follows his lead, picks up the candlestick, and uses it to beat Marlene to death.
Physiologically, when we look at what was going on with them, with any kind of addiction, in this case an addiction to murder, mayhem, and rape, certain neurotransmitters are released, shoot or kill or rape another person. That was good, do it again.
Marlene is dead. Harry is alive but badly beaten.
Alton and Deborah ransacks the home, takes the jewelry and the car.
Alton and Deborah are on the move. They begin driving north toward Waukegan, Illinois.
They abandoned that car and got on the train. They got off the train in Evanston, Illinois.
Evanston lies just 30 miles south of Waukegan and is where Alton grew up.
This is where all their resources were. They go back to a place that is familiar, that feels like home, in order to build themselves back up, have some level of comfort, and then go back out into the world and create more mayhem.
But what Alton failed to plan is what to do if they were caught. A move that will prove costly.
Alton was crossing the street there in Evanston, and a guy that he went to high school with in Waukegan recognized him and called the local police.
Police are dispatched to the area, but the two are gone. Then they're spotted in a nearby park. Rather than go out guns blazing, Deborah follows Alton's lead as he helplessly throws his hands up.
By the time that they were arrested, that they were just tired. They put up no resistance.
The couple's arrest brings an end to their reign of terror. During their 7-week crime spree across 3 states, Deborah and Alton are suspected of killing 8 people.
The amount of death and destruction that Alton and Deborah left behind in 7 weeks is unbelievable. 8 murders, 7 rapes, 15 individuals that they've either robbed or terrified or injured in some way.
So this is really fascinating when we look back at Deborah's life. Here's a young woman growing up in a family. There's absolutely no history of violence that she's perpetrated in any way, but yet when she meets Alton, she makes this flip and becomes a serial killer with absolutely no remorse.
But prosecutors choose their cases wisely and only charge the duo with the crimes for which they will be sentenced to death. No other charges are brought against them. In Indiana, both Alton and Deborah are sentenced to death for the murder of 7-year-old Tamika Turks. In Ohio, the couple is sentenced to death for killing Marlene Walters. Through it all, Deborah has Alton's back to the bitter end.
Deborah showed no remorse towards any of the victims. The only person that she cared about was Alton. She testified in the penalty phases of his trial that she had done all the murders and he hadn't done any.
When we see couples involved in crime and they get caught at the end of their spree, quite often they turn on one another. The foundation of that love was not strong to begin with. But Deborah wants to make sure that nothing happens to Alton. And I think this speaks purely of the fact that she loved him more than she loved herself.
Alton is extradited to Illinois, where he is convicted and sentenced to death for the murder of 9-year-old Vernita Wheat. After serving 17 years in prison, Alton Coleman was put to death for his crimes. Willing to take the fall for her man, Deborah Brown took her devotion to the extreme. In Wilmington, Delaware, Shakira Wanham will execute a devious plan to keep her beloved living the high life. Growing up poor in the worst part of the city, Shakira Wanham's childhood was far from idyllic.
Shakira was born when I was 17 and a half. Shakira's father, he wasn't a good provider. I was the one that was working.
He was an alcoholic. He had serious mental health issues. In fact, he was bipolar.
Shakira's father's volatile personality makes her home life extremely unstable.
Shakira's father was a violent man, and he was abusive towards her mother.
When she see that he would put his hands on me, Shakira would try to pick up something and hit him to protect me.
She witnessed abuse all the time when she was a child.
One such event, on New Year's Eve, proves to be a defining moment in 5-year-old Shakira's life.
Shakira's father came in the house after having a hard night of drinking and started arguing with me about something.
The father goes into the kitchen, comes back with a steak knife, and goes after her.
And he stabbed me in the back. Then he pulled it out and came at my heart and then came at my throat. And Shakira was standing right next to me watching everything happen.
Despite a punctured lung, Deneen survives the attack. She returns home 2 days later, but will need the next 8 months to heal. The incident is burned into Shakira's psyche, and it will pave the way for all of her male relationships to come.
When we see a child who's exposed to violence, then that violence becomes part of their lives. Either they choose someone who's very violent in order to live with later on in life, or they perpetrate that violence.
Get off of me! Get off of me!
She was unprepared for what was about to occur.
If it wasn't for love, Shakira would have never committed this act.
At 5 years old, Shakira Wanham witnesses her father brutally attack her mother, Deneen, with a knife. After 8 months of recovery at home, Deneen survives and cuts him out of their life for good. With her dad out of the picture, Shakira blossoms.
She did well in school. She had good grades. She got A's and B's.
Shakira was very smart. She wanted to be an obstetrician or a gynecologist. Shakira had a lot of dreams.
But Shakira's dreams are quickly interrupted. Over the next 10 years, she watches helplessly as her mother is abused by a string of men. Shakira starts looking for an escape.
She was 11 years old when she started running away from her house. She would pack her clothes and sneak out at night when her mom was asleep.
She would sneak out windows. She would sneak out fire escapes. She always managed to get out.
Shakira's late-night excursions expose her to a dark world on the streets.
She would meet up with boys, they'd give her drugs and alcohol, and she would have sex with them.
Shakira certainly wasn't able to make rational decisions about life, and certainly she was at risk to these predator type of individuals who saw her as being very vulnerable.
By the time Shakira is 17, she has been living on and off the streets for a number of years and is addicted to drugs. Deneen tries to get her daughter help and sends her to various drug treatment programs.
Shakira spent 3/4 of her life in treatment centers because I was trying to find out what was going on with her. She did succeed in those treatment centers, but when she came home a week later, maybe 2 weeks later, she would do the same thing.
But all of that changes when 23-year-old charmer Stephen Martin sets his sights on Shakira.
Shakira saw Stephen on the street, and somehow they ended up talking.
Within days, they're inseparable. Unlike all other men in her life, Stephen showers her with affection.
She had a good time with him. He treated her like she wanted to be treated.
I think Shakira felt as though she had someone in her life that is finally showing her some attention, and she just gravitated towards it.
Stephen is a well-known drug dealer, but to Shakira, he acts like nothing but a prince. So when he asks her to move in with him just 2 months after they meet, Shakira thinks she's finally found everything she's wanted.
He would run her bath water, fix food for her. She didn't think a guy could treat her that way. And she was gonna do everything she could not to let it go.
But that feeling doesn't last. Not long after the two start playing house, Shakira learns that her guardian angel is actually a devil in disguise. All the money Stephen makes from dealing has one purpose: to support his addiction to a street drug called Wet.
Wet is a drug concoction where you take a regular cigarette and dip it in PCP. So individuals, sometimes they become very, very violent. At other times, they even become psychotic.
Suddenly, the affection that Shakira has been desperately craving is now coming at a much steeper price than she ever imagined.
He became abusive. There was times that he would ask her to do something, and when she didn't want to or she couldn't, he would start hitting her.
Shakira stayed in this very abusive relationship with Stephen because in many ways, she wanted that old Stephen, the one who made her feel very special. And she held out hope against hope that she could bring that back in him.
She wanted to do everything she possibly could to please this person.
When Shakira met Stephen, she had no idea that she would end up in jail.
17-year-old Shakira Wanham is 4 months into a relationship with 23-year-old Steve Martin, a street hustler who's addicted to drugs.
Stephen, he would beat her up. He would tell her, do this, do that. You know, he would verbally abuse her.
She was afraid that something would happen to her or her family if she did not do what she was told to do.
Stephen's dramatic personality change is bad enough, but things are about to get even worse.
You're gonna learn today. Smoke it.
4 months into their relationship, Stephen is high on Wet and craving more.
Stephen said, I need money. I need you to rob somebody. Because, you know, you're young. You wouldn't get into as much trouble as I would if I was to do it.
He took the gun that he carried with him all the time and wiped his prints off of it, handed it to her, and said, I want you to go get me some money.
Stephen taught her how to use the gun and said, don't ever let anyone take the gun from you because they'll take it and use it on you. She was just very, very afraid, and she just wanted to bring something back to him so that she wouldn't get beat up again.
Later that night, Shakira contacts the easiest target she can think of: a local street pharmacist named Johnny Jackson.
He was a drug dealer, and so she assumed he would have money on him.
Shakira tells Johnny she's looking to score some drugs, and he agrees to pick her up in a nearby neighborhood.
Johnny had gotten a ride from a woman named Alicia who had brought her 4-year-old son who was sitting in the back in a car seat.
Shakira climbs into the car.
Shakira goes forward with the plan even though there's a young child in the back of the car. This really shows how committed that she is to Stephen. For a lot of other people, this would have been a game changer. But for Shakira, she knew that she had to do this in order to hold on to the love of this man.
They went to another house for the drug transaction, and then they got on the freeway and headed out. There was music on, which was very loud, and both Alicia and Johnny were singing.
Clutching the gun in her purse, Shakira knows it's either now or never. She pulls out the gun and tells Alicia to stop the car.
And said, give me your money. And Johnny said, what?
Shut up, Johnny. Just give me your money. I know you got cash on you.
But Johnny's not about to let a 17-year-old get the jump on him.
He went to reach for the gun.
That's when it clicked in her mind what Stephen was teaching her. Don't ever let someone take the gun from you because they'll take it and use it on you. She was afraid.
It was a very surreal thing for her. She closed her eyes. The next thing you know, the gun was going off.
When she opened her eyes, she saw blood.
She saw Johnny slumped over.
Johnny is dead. His friend Alicia has been shot in the arm, but Alicia's 4-year-old son makes it through the blasts unharmed.
Shakira was shocked because she didn't mean to kill anyone.
Shakira told Alicia to take her son and go, and they did.
Shakira fights her instinct to run. She knows she can't leave without getting what Stephen wants.
Shakira then went through his pockets, taking $50 and his cell phone.
She was obviously bloody, very scared, very panicky, crying, hysterical.
Shakira thought she was going to get more than $50 from him. She was concerned because everything went bad.
Shakira must have felt awful, if not downright foolish, because she ended up killing this man for just a few dollars.
A panicked Shakira knows she has to get as far away from the tragic scene as she can.
She ended up hitchhiking and getting dropped off at a gas station by Stephen's home. And she ran to the home from there and told Stephen what happened.
There was a big argument between the two.
He said, the only thing I wanted you to do was just rob somebody and bring me some money.
He was thinking he's gonna get me, he's gonna abuse me, he's gonna hit me.
But there's no time for Stephen to lash out. When Shakira tells him that she let Alicia and her young son go, Stephen knows it's only a matter of time before police track Shakira down. And he doesn't want to be anywhere near Wilmington when they do. So Stephen jumps into action.
He had her take her clothes because they had blood on them and put them in a bag and poured bleach on it, and then drove to New Jersey and they burned her clothes.
Shakira might have felt that Stephen was helping hide the evidence because he still loved her on some level, but the reality may simply be that he provided the murder weapon and was simply covering his own tracks.
Next, Stephen and Shakira flee. 3 hours later, the emotionally exhausted couple arrive at the home of a friend of Stephen's in New Jersey, where they fall asleep. But when Shakira wakes up in the morning, Stephen is gone.
It was a pure shock for her. And I think part of that was the fear of, how am I going to deal with this situation without him? He's always told me what to do. How am I going to get through this?
And there's only one person Shakira can truly trust, her mom, who she hasn't spoken to in 6 months.
When I got a phone call about 1 in the morning, obviously I was happy to hear from her. And she said, well, Mom, I'm gonna come home. I said, well, good, well, come on home.
Shakira hitchhikes from New Jersey back to her mom's house in Wilmington.
She was very frail, eyes sunken in, and just very, very tiny. I gave her a hug, and she said, Mom, I'm just tired. And then she laid down in her room and went to sleep.
5 hours later, Deneen is awakened by the sound of police pounding on the door.
The detective asked me, was my daughter home? And at that point is when I went to look for her. I didn't see her at all in the home. I didn't know where Shakira was at that point. I didn't know.
Shakira may be missing, but her secret is about to see the cold light of day.
When I found out everything that happened, and I almost passed out.
17-year-old Shakira Wanham lands on her mother's doorstep after committing a robbery for her man, Stephen Martin, that ends in murder. 5 hours later, police come looking for Shakira.
I go open the door, and it's the police, and I'm shocked. They said, is your daughter Shakira at home? And I said, she was here, yes.
Shakira!
When I went to look for her, I didn't see my daughter.
Deneen demands to know what police want with Shakira. When she is told her daughter is wanted for murder, Deneen is floored.
Check the premise.
This tore my heart. This ripped my heart out. That's my firstborn.
Armed with a search warrant, the officers hunt through every room, but find no sign of Shakira. Eventually, they find her huddled in an attic corner.
Well, one officer said, here she is. They lifted her up and handcuffed her.
Police haul Shakira away for questioning, where she gives up everything to police, including the man who put her up to it.
She said Stephen asked Shakira to rob for him after giving her some drugs. If she didn't do what he wanted her to do, he'd beat her again.
And they went to his home and found ammunition. And that's when they found him and arrested him.
Stephen admits to giving Shakira a gun, but vehemently denies having anything to do with the murder. He is arrested and convicted of a weapons-related violation, but faces no charges in the murder of Johnny Jackson. Stephen is sentenced and serves only 2 years in prison.
This was something that was an emotional assault to her because after all, she was just following his commands and trying to help him get money so that he can do drugs. Shakira committed this murder in order to please Stephen.
At the end of the day, it was Shakira's fault that Johnny Jackson lost his life. And Shakira knows that.
A little over a year later, Shakira faces a jury for her crimes, and she tells them that she's remorseful for her actions.
During trial, Shakira stated that she wished she could change places with Johnny. She feels very, very bad about what happened.
She expressed sorrow for the family and the people she'd hurt.
Shakira is convicted of 1 count of murder in the first degree and receives life in prison plus 17 years. On appeal, Shakira's lawyers argue against her conviction, citing her traumatic upbringing and age as mitigating factors. She is resentenced to 21 years.
She fortunately will have a life when she gets out of jail because she was so young. So she'll be able to make her way back into society.
Today, Shakira has changed from the naive teen who killed in the name of love to a mature woman with a message.
The main thing that Shakira wants now is for people to learn from her mistake. Shakira is now one of the ones running the Scared Straight program.
She wanted to participate because she wanted to help other girls or women who may be in the same situation that she was in. She thinks that by telling her story, it might help deter others from staying in abusive relationships.
La 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 la. la la, hey, la la, la 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 la, hey, la la, la 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 la. Nilako yakaho daore aborile, imanu morom jage mono, tumak bhabile, tumak bhabile, tumak bhabile. Nilako yakaho daore aborile, imanu morom jage mono, tumak bhabile, tumak bhabile, tumak bhabile. Kahole murana, dusokule mursuana, akwali mukluana, bukure majote, bukure majote. Hey, la 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 la. Hey, la 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 la. Nilako yakaho. Ronga nila morom kinu dila polokote ahimu. Oh, ronga nila etisila uri uri jai morom bakhetula. Oh, ronga he buku ronga tumak pabole. Koi diya, hoba jano tumi mur jibonar juriya. La 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 la. Hey, la 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 la. Nilako yakaho daore aborile, imanu morom jage mono, tumak pabole, tumak pabole, tumak pabole. Kahole murana, dusokule mursuana, akwali mukluana, bukure majote, bukure majote.